Even the hottest sun falls daily, but it never forgets to give its brightest comeback. With this positive vibe, I am very happy to express my greetings. Good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of the management, principal, director, staff and students of Thassim Beevi Abdul Kader College for Women, I welcome you all to this one-day international level seminar on advanced research in life sciences, information technologies and innovative business practices. Over to Ms. Aarti, Assistant Professor of English.
Thank you, Kausalya. A pleasant morning with warm greetings. The galaxy of patrons, the general of governing bodies, the distinguished delegates, the erudite professors, group of ecumenic academicians, the special invitees from different colleges, the respected guests, peer faculty members and participants. It's a glorious moment to extend my warm greetings with open heart on behalf of TBAKC and the organizing committee. As an indebted endeavor, welcome you all to the International Seminar Series 2022 on Advanced Research in Life Sciences, Information Technologies and Innovative Business Practices. Organized by the collaboration of all the 6 departments, Department of Home Science, Microbiology, Chemistry, Psychology, Computer Science and Commerce, along with ICT Academy and Indian New Dietetics Society. I am profoundly delighted to take this opportunity to greet and introduce our renowned speakers of the International Seminar Series to be the part of today. Let me welcome Professor Vimal Karani, Professor of Nutrigenetics and Nutrigenomics, Deputy Director of Institute of Food, Nutrition and Health, University of Reading, UK, and Dr. Welcome Sir, and Dr. Anto Cordelio Thanasilos Anthony Dhanapal, Assistant Professor, Center for Biomedical and Nutrition Research, Department of Chemical Science, University of Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Welcome, ma'am. Next, my extend welcome to Dr. Khalida Islam, Professor and Director, Institute of Nutrition Food Science, University of Dhaka, Bangladesh. Then I extend my welcome to the speakers, those who are joining by online, Professor Yuziki Kawezo, Professor Emeritus, New Industry Creation Hatchery Center, Tahakau University, Sendai, Japan. And then Professor Nagalingam Nahendra Kumar, Associate Dean and Institute Business School, Sri Lanka Institute of Information Technology, Sri Lanka. And not least but not the lost, Dr. Hamdi Hassan, Assistant Professor of Computer Science, Higher Institute of Management Information Technology, University of Sousse, Tunisia. Welcome you all to today's International Seminar Series. Welcoming again the eminent delegates who have joined us today. I guarantee that the seminar will be productive and worth your precious time. We are thoroughly pleased to witness you in person on the dais, sir and ma'am. The theme of this seminar is based on the global scenario which hugely induces an insightful thought among the attendees for the problems which the world is sustaining. So, on behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our appreciation for the presence of the participants from various colleges from different locations in and around Tamil Nadu. Let me extend a warm welcome to the college's attendees, Jamal Muhammad College, Trichy, Holy Cross College, Tuticorin, Mother Teresa University, Kodaikanal, Government Arts College for Women and Kausana College of Arts and Science, Ramanathapuram, and Avinasalingam University, Coimbatore. Today we are given ample opportunity by the management to witness the glorious presence of the leading academic delegates, scientists to illuminate us with their insights. Let me take the pride and privilege with humbleness to invite Dr. Zahir Hussain College attendees to. Thank you all. Thank you one and again.
So let us
give a round of applause to the speakers, renowned delegates, those who are all on the dais, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let us start the program with prayer. Prayer will calm our soul and enlighten our thoughts. To calm and enlighten us, I would like to call Ms. Samiha of 2nd BSc Fashion Designing to recite the verses from the Holy Quran.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان. الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان. والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والهب ذو العصف والريحان. فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجن من مارج من نار. فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, the most gracious, it is He who has taught the Quran. He has created man. He has taught him an intelligent speech. The sun and the moon follow exactly computed, and the herbs and the trees both bow in adoration. And the firmament has He raised high, and He has set up the balance of justice, in order that He may not transgress balance. So establish weight with justice and fall not short in the balance. It is He who has spread out the earth for His creatures. There is in fruit and date palms producing spats enclosing dates. Also corn with its leaves and stalk for fodder and sweet-smelling plants. Then which of the favors of your Lord will deny? He created man from sounding clay like unto poetry. And He created jinns from fire free of smoke. Then which of
Mabad. At the outset, let me convey my Islamic greetings to all of you. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi barakatuhu, which means may the peace and blessings of the Almighty Allah be upon all of us on this occasion of this one-day international seminar on advanced research in life sciences, information technologies, and innovative business practices. It is my proud privilege to welcome once again one and all through the opening remarks what the compeers have given. I feel honored to deliver this welcome address on the occasion of our establishment of this college. Way back in 1988, we have completed 34 years of our existence in the academic journey to empower the women of this backward region. As I stand here before you, I still remember the college had its humble beginning in 1988 with 3 departments and 47 students. Today we have around 2,000 students on the campus with 110 faculty members from 16 undergraduate disciplines and 11 postgraduate disciplines, with proud privilege to have 3 research centers under Alagappa University affiliation in computer science, commerce, and home science. We have gone a long way. Still, we need to do many, and our journey is not complete yet. And I feel at this juncture to welcome the honorable guests and resource persons, Professor S.R. Vimal Karani and Professor Dr. Anto Cordila and Dr. Khalida Islam is unable to come just because of her visa problem. But really we are honored at this juncture in person, our resource persons and another 3 resource persons, Professor Yoshiyuki Kawazo, Professor Nagalingam Nagendra Kumar and Dr. Hamid Hassan, who are going to join us through online. And at this juncture, I wish to highlight one of our important activity which we have started for the past 1.5 years is that college has devoted a research and development cell to nurture research and advanced research among student community and faculty members. This institution is taking a new dimension of growth towards developing research hubs for the region by promoting research activities which will give us some innovations and inventions that will benefit the growth of this local region, as well as we are looking with global perspectives. And we need to address the local societal problems around us to improve this region. And all of you know the son of this soil, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the rocket scientist from this soil, has done a lot. Why not these women of this region can follow his footsteps to show the world that you are here to give innovations and inventions that will transform definitely the entire region of Ramanathapuram district. No way we can say that we are backward. Our thoughts are backward and we have so much of resources embedded, and we need to tap all these resources for making this region one of the finest in the world, as we have the largest marine reserve, second largest world's marine reserve park is located in the Gulf of Mannar. We need to know many things. As we all know, in Tamil we say, Kattradu kayyalavu, kalladadu ulagalavu. So we need to think, all faculty striving hard all along these days to make this event a successful one under the leadership of our director, Dr. Irfan Ahmed, Research Director and Institute Relations and Corporate Relations is taking care. And I thank you and welcome you, sir, as well as for every success we need lot of support. And Sidakadi Trust Management Representative and the Deputy General Manager of the Trust, Dr. Mr. Sheikh Daud Khan, who is with us today on behalf of the Management, Secretary and Chairman to represent this gathering, and he has done all his best to make it possible today, a successful event of this occasion. And I welcome Dr. Bhavya, Head Department of Chemistry and Research Head of our college, who is also a motivating source for many teachers and guiding. And I welcome you, Dr. Bhavya. And I welcome Dr. Muthumarishwari, our head in charge of the Home Science Department and Controller of Examination. And she is the coordinator of the Innovation Incubation Council of this college. And she herself is a leading example. She has her own, she is a faculty startup and is going to start her own company soon. So we have to do and learn and show others to follow us. A leader will do that. She's doing. I welcome on behalf of every one of us, and I welcome all the participants, professors, students from other colleges who have come in a big way to grace this wonderful occasion and learn from we should learn from each other. So you have made this possible. Thank you for your coming. I extend a hearty welcome to one and all. I welcome my loving students and the faculty members once again for this great event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, honoring session. May I request our Honorable Representative of Sidakadi Trust and our Deputy General Manager Al-Haj Sheikh Daud Khan to honor our distinguished delegate, Professor Vimal Karani, the Deputy Director of Institute of Food and Professor of Nutrigenetics and Nutrigenomics, UK, with a shawl and to present him the memento. Please welcome, sir. Participants, please turn out your hands to give a round of applause to welcome. Thank you, sir. May I now request our admirable principal to honor our resource person, Dr. Anto Cordelia Thanasilis Anthony Danapal, Assistant Professor of Center for Biomedical and Nutrition Research of Chemical Science, University Tunku Abdul Rahman, Malaysia, to honor her presence and to present her the memento. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Thank you all the delegates on the dais and off the dais, the people of the dais. Thank you. Felicitation.
And advanced research on life sciences, IT and business studies. I cordially welcome the professors from all over the globe who are going to deliberate on the importance of our subject. The research in all the fields in life sciences and IT has improved the quality of life. From the medical point of view, we have succeeded in eradicating the epidemics and deadly diseases which were a threat to our lives. The quality of life has tremendously increased in the economically backward countries as our life expectancies have increased due to such researches. I am proud to say our college gives equal importance to research as well as the traditional teaching. The program will broaden the knowledge of research and the skills to our students. The innovative practices and businesses will help to improve our country's economy and help to provide job opportunities to our young and upcoming entrepreneurs. We encourage and support young businessmen with ideas.
Thank you, ma'am. No one is great without a touch of inspiration or appreciation. So thank you for illuminating us with your enlightened talk. Thank you, ma'am, for your felicitation.
Thank you, ma'am. A powerful theme is a powerful idea to convey the powerful message. To deliver the keynote address, I invite our energetic director, Dr. M.S. Irfan Ahmed, Research Industry Institute Relations on dais.
Assalamu alaikum. A pleasant good morning to all. Good. I think you are in right spirit today. Let me first welcome our international delegates, Professor Vimal Karani and Madam Anto, to joining us for today's event. And I also welcome, in the absence here, our chairman, our beloved secretary, our correspondent ma'am, and our energetic, always motivating principal ma'am, always behind the scene, a person who supports all, our DGM sir, for this today's event. And also welcome the energetic research head and head of the department, Muthumareshwari, for arranging a wonderful event, and all the fellow colleagues who have put a lot of heart and soul into this particular program. I hope in this one-day program we'll get success with your duas and barakat, inshallah. See, this particular international seminar mainly focuses on a diversified interdisciplinary research approach. This international conference on advanced research in life sciences, information technologies, and innovative business practices, jointly organized by 6 departments: home science, computer science, commerce, chemistry, microbiology, and psychology. So you'll be wondering how this 6 departments comes into play. So it is a win-win situation. So everybody collaborate and they have to share the knowledge. That was the main theme behind this international seminar. So these people combine together. So when you see the expertise, I just wait for 1 minute because all other colleges are joining now. So this is the main theme, why you people are here. Please settle down fast.
So, sorry for stealing your time for a moment, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Let me welcome the attendees from various colleges, if you permit, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Welcoming the attendees from Muslim Arts College and Vail Manoharan Arts and Science College of Ramanathapuram. Please welcome and joining hands with us to have the successful program today, International Seminar Series. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. See, this international conference will be divided into 2 tracks. The first track, it mainly deals with 3 sessions. The first session will be nutrigenetics, where the study of how food affects the person's genes and person's genes affect the way of body, how respond to the food. And the next session is mainly focuses on nutrigenomics, where we learn how genes and diet together may affect the person's health and risk of developing diseases such as cancer. You can see the third session. Please listen to me very carefully so you can share you can get good knowledge, okay? The third session, it mainly focuses on precision nutrition, that is we call it as a personalized nutrition, which focuses on individual rather than the group of people. Many researchers studies on nutrition and the type of diets provided useful information for communities and general populations. This is a first track. So where you'll be having a person can from what you call as from home science, microbiology, chemistry can participate. So you'll be getting sharing of knowledge is possible. So in the second track, we'll be having 3 sessions similarly, where the second session will be mainly focusing on sensitive data with respect to distributed systems, that is in the IT field, then computational materials, then we'll be having business environment. So where we'll be having a computer people, well, you'll be having a business people, then we're having a psychology people also to participate in this particular track. In the first track, the distributed computing can increase the performance and resilience and scalability in making a common computing model in database applications, where you'll be seeing the importance of distributed computing. Globally, you can see a lot of people are away from different geographical location. So how they're combined together, how that action will be carried out with respect to scalability and other things. The main focus on this one. Next, you can see the session will be on computational material science. Here, a senior most professor, a senior, I tell you, very, very senior most professor, Professor Yoshiyogi Kawazogi. So he is from Japan. He is 75 years old. I can correct it, it's 75 years young. So he is going to participate, and he is also agreed, and he has asked us to give. So this week he is going to turn up as a 75. His age group is he's going to celebrate his birthday on this week. And commemorating this one, he has sponsored 3 prizes for e-posters. So with shield and cash prize, these people will be awarded. So it's a very eminent professor. He is going to participate. So please, he'll be delivering and he'll be just contributing the information. Now, how popular among the researchers about this computational material sciences. And it will tell you how to predict the physical properties of the materials. So you can see, here you can have chemistry, you can have microbiology, you can see. So all these things, you'll have a different multi-dimensional things will be there. Similarly, the third session will be main focusing on business environment, where the personality factors like lack of control, stress reaction, and absorption, how it is found in related to this impulsive buying behavior of the customers. So here you can see in impulsive buying capacity, maybe a problematic area in customers' perspective, but it will be used as a tool for retailers. You can see where you'll be having a business people, and you can have mathematics, and you can have computer science as business analytics also. Apart from that, the psychological people also be part of the psychology department is also placing a crucial role in this one. You can see all put together. So all these 6 departments put together will be having a interdisciplinary research approach will be carried out in today's evening. I hope my dear students and faculties, this is the important takeaways what you will be taking from our side in the one-day seminar. I really happy, again welcoming you. I hope you all will be get benefited from this eminent international resource persons. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the insights. It was a good reception to proceed this International Seminar Series 2022. Thank you all.
Before the technical session begins, after the tea break, let me disseminate you how today's seminar session will run. Today's international seminar comprises of a series of 6 technical sessions, of which technical sessions 1, 2, and 3 of the following departments, home science, microbiology, psychology, are to be in offline mode in the college auditorium, whereas the technical sessions for commerce, it will be filled in lecture hall, and for chemistry and computer science, the venue will be conference hall. And the topics, let me introduce the topics of the technical sessions of our renowned speakers. From nutrigenetics to precision nutrition by Professor Vimal Karani, and then second session, precision nutrition approach by Dr. Anto Cordelio Thanaslas Anthony Danapol, and the third session, nutrigenomics and cancer by Dr. Khalida Islam, then recent theoretical progresses in computational material science by Tombo, absolute energy estimation and chemical reaction tracing by Yosuyuki Kawazo, and Professor Nagalingam Nahendra Kumar going to present on customers' personality in impulsive buying, and technical session 6 comprising the topic how distributed computing is applied to analyze and treat sensitive data and to deploy large-scale applications by Dr. Hamdi Hassan. Thank you. And members to escort our dignitaries to have the tea break. Kindly note, the outside participants from different physical locations and the faculty accompanied, you can have your refreshment in the first floor of auditorium, whereas our students, please collect your refreshment through your class representative near chemistry lab. And faculty members, you can release your refreshment at the backyard of administrative block. Once again, kindly note, outside participants, you can have your refreshments in the first floor of auditorium, whereas our students, please collect your refreshment through your class representative near chemistry lab, and all the faculty members can release your refreshment at the backyard of administrative block. And a kind reminder, we have to be in the respective venue sharp at 11:15 a.m. for the upcoming sessions. So please grace your presence without delay. Thank you all. After the 30 minutes break, we will resume after the adjournment of technical sessions, and the technical sessions will be continued by our invited eminent speakers. And one more announcement. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. Outside participants, please hear your announcement regarding your seating after the tea break. Outside participants from different locations, please find your seating in the left side of the auditorium. And our college students, please occupy the seats in the right side of the auditorium. Please follow the announcement carefully. The participants of commerce, you have to find your venue in lecture hall. After your tea break, you are not welcome here to have your session because your sessions will be befell in the lecture hall. Both the outside participants and our inward students, please find your place in lecture hall, commerce department. Then the department of chemistry and computer science, you must go to the conference hall. Please follow the signboards in the premises. And other than microbiology, home science and psychology, please come here and occupy the right hand side seating. Thank you all. Volunteers, please come forward to help the outside participants to have their refreshment and make them to find their venues. Please offer your help.
yourself with delicious chai. Now it is time to feed our brain. Here comes the most vital session. I request the dignitaries to occupy the seats. Please be seated, ma'am and sir. Do you all aware of the fact that our genes also take responsibility in responding the food that we intake? To give us a clear idea, we have Dr. Karani, Professor of Nutrigenetics and Nutrigenomics, Deputy Director of Institute of Food, Nutrition and Health, to take over the technical session on the topic, from Nutrigenetics to Precision Nutrition. I request Dr. Bhavya Devi, Research and Development Still of Thassim Beevi Abdul Kader College for Women, to introduce the speaker to us.
Very good morning to all. Welcome back to the first session. Today we have with us Professor Karani. Is a full professor in nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics at the University of Reading, UK. He is the scientific advisory board member and the deputy director of Institute of Food, Nutrition and Health, which is the hub for interdisciplinary research in food, nutrition and health at Reading, UK. He joined the University of Reading after his postdoctoral training at the MRC Epidemiology Unit, Cambridge, and Senior Research Fellowship at the University College London. He has received advanced training in epidemiology at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. Professor Karani has published extensively research papers related to nutrigenetics and non-communicable diseases, and presently has more than 100 peer-reviewed publications, including Nature Genetics, Lancet, Biomedical Journal. He has received significant global media attention for his work on nutrition, lifestyle, and cardiometabolic diseases. He has received various funds as principal investigator and co-PI from various funding bodies till now. In the last 8 years, he has received grants together of $3.3 million. He has won the UK Nutritional Society Silver Medal Award for the year 2020 for his contribution to the world global nutrition. With this short intro, I invite Professor Karani to the stage, please.
A very good morning to everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this event. And thank you all so much for joining this one-day international seminar. And thanks to Dr. Sumaya ma'am for inviting me to this event. So today I'm going to be talking to you all about nutrigenetics and precision nutrition. And I'm going to explain how nutrigenetic findings could be used for implementing precision nutrition approach. So, before I start, I'm going to tell you all that it's going to be a very informal lecture. So if you have any questions or any doubts or where you need any clarifications, you can stop me at any point. Okay? So to begin with, let me start with a question to you all. The largest molecules in our bodies are, I have 4 options. One is nucleic acids, chromosomes, proteins, and amino acids. Which is the right answer? Is it A, B, C, or D? Which is the right answer? Anyone? Can I have some answers? I can't hear you. A, B, C, or D? D. D for dog. B for ball. Okay, fine. What about you? C. C. Okay, fine. So the right answer is nucleic acids. What are nucleic acids? Nucleic acids are nothing but the DNA, the deoxyribonucleic acid. The human DNA is the largest molecule in our body. So the DNA plays a very important role, and the DNA is the only one which makes each and every individual unique. So talking about some basics of genetics, for those who do not have a background in genetics, so I'm just going to give an overview about some genetic aspects. So every eukaryotic cell has got a nucleus, and inside the nucleus you have the DNA. And the DNA, if you take the human DNA, it has got nearly about 3 billion nucleotides. And there are 4 nucleotides, namely A, C, T, and G, adenine, guanine, cytosine, and thymine. So the entire human DNA is made up of only these 4 nucleotides. And within these human DNA, which has got 3 billion nucleotides, you have nearly about 40,000 genes. So what is a gene? So gene is nothing but a segment of DNA which carries the genetic information for producing the proteins. So every gene will code for a specific protein, and these proteins could be secretory proteins, membrane proteins, or transport proteins, or all the enzymes which catalyzes all the metabolic functions. So which means that if there is any defect in the gene, that will affect the quality and the quantity of the protein, and that in turn can affect the metabolic activities, and which can lead to the development of obesity and diabetes. So any defects in the gene can be carried over to the protein, and if the protein is non-functional, then that can affect the metabolic activities, and if the metabolic activities are affected, then that can lead to obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. Okay? So now with this background, let's have a look at what is genetic heterogeneity. So genetic heterogeneity means difference. Genetic means your genetic makeup. Okay? So there's a difference in the genetic makeup. There are 2 terminologies which you will have to understand. One is genotype and the other one is phenotype. Genotype is your genetic representation, and your phenotype is your physical representation. So the differences in your genetic representation, that is differences in the genotype, can contribute to the difference in the phenotype. Because my DNA is different from your DNA, and your DNA is different from that of your friend's DNA. So we all carry a DNA which is unique for each and every individual. So that's why I look different from you, and that's why you look different from your friend. So we all have a unique personality. The way we talk, the way we eat, the way we smile, the way we do different things, all our personality and behavioral traits, they are partly driven by your genotype. So this phenomenon is what you call as genetic heterogeneity. Differences in the genotype contributes to the different phenotypes. So there's something called as a genotype and the phenotype. The genotype can have an impact on the phenotype. The phenotype is what I said, what you see physically. The genotype is your genetic representation. But genotype alone cannot determine the phenotype. There is also the contribution of the environment. There is an environmental influence as well, which is a lifestyle, your diet, your physical activity, the social factors, the environmental exposure. So there are various factors which can interact with the genotype and contribute to the phenotype. And this is what is called as a genotype environment interaction on phenotype. And this is how obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, all these diseases arise. They arise through the interaction between your genetic factors and the lifestyle factors. Okay, now with this background, let me ask you a question. There are about 3 billion chemical base pairs in human DNA. Approximately what % of these base pairs actually code for genes? I've got 4 options for you: 100%, 30 to 50%, 1 to 2%, and 5 to 6%. So which is the right answer? A, B, C, or D? One at a time, just raise your hand and give me the answer. Anyone? A, B, C, or D? I can't hear you. D, A, D. C. Last one, D. Okay, what about this side? A, C, B, B. Okay, so we have answer D here and answer B there, and the right answer is C. Okay, just 1 to 2% of the human DNA carries the genetic information for producing the protein, which means that 98% of the DNA is just the junk DNA, which does not produce any proteins. So now let's have a look at what is a genetic variation. Say, for example, this individual has got this DNA sequence, and say this population has got 5 individuals, okay? 99.9% of the DNA is identical, where 0.1% carries all the genetic variations. So genetic variation is nothing but where one nucleotide is changed to another nucleotide. So if you look at this particular nucleotide, you can see that some people carry T and some people carry A. Okay? So there's a change from T to A. And this change from T to A is what you call as a single nucleotide polymorphisms. A single nucleotide polymorphism is a change from one nucleotide to another nucleotide. So one nucleotide can be changed to another nucleotide. And depending on whether you carry T or A, so A is basically the genetic variation, and the T is without the genetic variation. So depending on whether you carry T or A, you can classify individuals into 3 different categories. If you do not carry any copies of the A nucleotide, then you're classified as a 0-copy individual. That is, you don't carry any copies of the genetic variation. If you carry 1 copy of the A and 1 copy without the genetic variation, then you're classified as a 1-copy individual. And if you carry 2 copies of the genetic variation, that is 2 copies of the A, you're classified as a 2-copy individual. So for a given genetic variation, you can be either a 0-copy or a 1-copy or a 2-copy. So if I want to classify this whole crowd into this genetic variation genotypes, then you will realize that some people will be 0 copy, some people will be 1 copy, and some people will be 2 copies. So in general, people carrying 2 copies of the genetic variation, they have a very high genetic risk. Here I'm talking about 1 genetic variation. Remember, our human DNA has got nearly about 3 to 4 million genetic variations, which means that if you carry 2 copies in all these genetic variations, then you're going to be accumulating your genetic risk. You're going to be having a very high genetic risk. So what do you mean by a genetic risk? Say, for example, if you carry a 0 copy, it means at low genetic risk, which means that you have a decreased risk of developing a disease like diabetes or obesity or cardiovascular disease. And if you carry 1 copy, it means that you have a moderate genetic risk, which means that you have a moderate risk of developing the disease. But if you carry 2 copies, it means that you have a very high genetic risk, which means that you have increased risk of developing the disease like diabetes. But this is exactly where the twist is. Just because you carry 2 copies, it doesn't mean that you are destined to become diseased. You can still overcome the genetic risk by modifying your lifestyle. And what is your lifestyle? That is consuming a healthy diet or doing more levels of physical activity that can help you to overcome the genetic risk of the diseases such as obesity or diabetes. So even if you have a high genetic risk, you can still overcome that genetic risk by adopting a healthy lifestyle. So that is the underlying basis on which we do the nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics research. So now let's go for another question. So which of the following statement is incorrect about genes? I've got 4 statements. A gene is a small piece of DNA. Genes are found in the nucleus. Genes are found on chromosomes. Genes are composed of DNA. So which is the right answer? Which is the right answer? I can't hear you. A. Okay. This side is saying A. A. This side? A. Okay, everyone is saying A. C. Any other answers? B. D. Okay. B is still left. Anyone wants to go for it? You want to go for it? Okay, so we have all the 4 answers. So let's go through the answers. A gene is a small piece of DNA. Okay, so as I said, gene is a segment of DNA. So obviously it's a small piece of DNA. So A is the correct answer. So my question is, wait. My question is, which statement is incorrect? So A is not the right answer, but A is a correct statement, so it's not the right answer. So genes are found in the nucleus. So DNA is in the nucleus. So genes are part of DNA. So genes are also in the nucleus. So that is also a correct statement. So I want the incorrect statement. So going for the option C, genes are found on chromosomes. So chromosomes are nothing but DNA. So DNA has got the genes. So that is also a correct statement. So that is not the right answer. And the last option, genes are composed of DNA. Genes are part of DNA. So obviously genes are composed of DNA. So all the 4 statements are correct. There are no incorrect statements. Okay? So now moving on to complex diseases. So this field of precision nutrition or personalized nutrition or nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics, they are more applicable for complex diseases. Complex diseases are those diseases which are caused by multiple factors. That's why we call these diseases as multifactorial diseases. Multiple factors are involved. Genetic factors, lifestyle factors like dietary factors, physical activity, social factors, social determinants. So various factors are involved. So let me give you an example. So one of the complex diseases is type 2 diabetes. So what you see over here is a classic example of how type 2 diabetes develops. If you take this individual, he has got a set of genes which are predisposing him to become insulin resistant, and he's consuming a lot of energy dense foods and not doing sufficient amounts of exercise, and he has also inherited some of the genes from his parents which are making him more hungry, so he's consuming a lot of food, not doing exercise. So during the course of his lifetime, some of the genes which are responsible for producing the insulin, they become inactive, and eventually the person develops type 2 diabetes. So you can see that there is a dietary component, there is a genetic component, there is an environmental component, geographical conditions, and also the physical activity, which are all acting together and contributing to the development of diabetes. So this is one pathway through which we know that diabetes develops. But there are various other factors, like there is something called as the gut microbiome, the gut health, that plays an important role. And there's something called as epigenetics, that is also equally important in terms of looking at the development of diabetes. So there are various factors and etiology behind the development of complex diseases such as diabetes or obesity or cardiovascular disease. Another question for you. So which of the following diseases are multifactorial? Sickle cell anemia, coronary artery disease, cystic fibrosis, and colorectal cancer. Is it A, B, C, or D? Sorry? B. B. Okay. 4. D. You're saying D and you're saying B. A. Okay, fantastic. Okay, let's go through the answers. So A is sickle cell anemia. Sickle cell anemia is not a complex disease. It is a single gene disease. So I was talking about the single nucleotide polymorphism, which is a genetic variation. So human DNA has got nearly about 3 to 4 million single nucleotide polymorphism. So one polymorphism is not sufficient for the development of the disease. You need multiple polymorphisms for the development of the disease. Whereas sickle cell anemia is not caused by a polymorphism. It is caused by just one mutation. Just one genetic mutation in the gene can result in sickle cell anemia, and there is no involvement of the lifestyle factors. So just a genetic mutation. So mutation is different from polymorphism. Mutation is very rare in the population, like 1 in 100,000 people will carry a mutation, or 1 in 1,000 people will be carrying a mutation. So mutation is very, very rare in the population, whereas polymorphisms are very common. Every 1 in 5 individual carries a polymorphism. So it's a very common genetic variation. So sickle cell anemia is not multifactorial. B, coronary artery disease, yes, it is a multifactorial disease. It is a complex disease which is caused by both genetic and the environmental factors. And again, cystic fibrosis, it is again a single gene disease. That is, it's caused by a genetic mutation, and it is not multifactorial. And going to the answer D, colorectal cancer, it is also a multifactorial disease. Cancer is also caused by multiple factors like genetic and the lifestyle factors. But it is more complex than obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. So the right answers are B and D. Okay, so now moving on to the gene-environment interactions. So it's basically the interaction between the genetic and the lifestyle factors which contributes to the development of cardiometabolic diseases. So that's why we say genes load the gun, but the environment pulls the trigger. So this metaphor clearly explains the intricate interplay between the genetic factors and the environmental or the lifestyle factors. So this gene-lifestyle interaction is the underlying basis for nutrigenetics and nutrigenomic studies. So what is nutrigenetics and what is nutrigenomics? So nutrigenetics refers to the study of the impact of the DNA sequence variations on chronic disease outcomes in response to a particular diet. For example, if you carry a high genetic risk, that is, you're carrying 2 copies and you're consuming an unhealthy diet, what is the risk of developing diabetes? If you want to answer that question, you need to explore or study the interaction between the genetic risk and the dietary consumption. So this study of the gene-diet interaction is what you call as a nutrigenetic study. Whereas nutrigenomics is completely a different area of research. So as the name implicates, omics means expression. Omics means expression, genomics means gene expression, and nutrigenomics means the role of the nutrients in gene expression. So when I say gene expression, it means that how a particular gene is producing the RNA and how the RNA is being converted to proteins. So that conversion of DNA to proteins, that happens with the help of the food that you're consuming. So that's why we say what you eat is what you are, because what you're eating is interacting with the DNA and contributing to what you are. So the genotype determines the phenotype through the interaction with your food or your diet. So the findings from nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics are essential for the implementation of the personalized nutrition. So personalized nutrition is where we are talking about how you can develop an optimum diet for an individual according to that individual's genetic makeup. So for example, if I carry 2 copies, what is the kind of diet I should be consuming? If I carry 1 copy, what diet I should be consuming? So that kind of a personalized dietary strategy, if you want to develop that, then you need evidence, scientific evidence from nutrigenetics and nutrigenomic approaches. So talking about the significance of personalized nutrition, who is he? Who is he? Salman Khan. So there's some hidden secret about Salman Khan. So Salman Khan has got a neurological problem. So he has been fighting with that disease like since he entered into the movie industry. So he has got the suicidal disorder, so which is a neurological problem which provokes him to commit suicide several times. And he went into a very long depression episode as well. So for that, he had to enter into a personalized lifestyle treatment which will suit him and which can help him to be successful in his career. So that is also a personalized lifestyle approach, even though that doesn't take into account of his genetic aspect, but still that is a concept of personalization. Who are they? Kamal Haasan and Samantha. What is common amongst them? Sorry? Huh? Actors, of course. They are actors. They both have type 1 diabetes. Do you know that? So type 1 diabetes is basically a childhood diabetes, like you have diabetes right from the birth. So they have been fighting with that. Of course, given the career and the profession, they have to stick on to a very strict, personalized lifestyle approach. Who is she? Ileana, yes. Do you know her problem? She is known for her figure, right? But she has got the body dysmorphic disorder, for which she had to stick on to a very strict personalized lifestyle, and that is also a personalization. Sonam Kapoor, she is type 1 diabetic. Amitabh Bachchan, yes, and he has got a very severe neurological problem which is called myasthenia gravis. So which is something relating to the muscle, and he used to get fits, and again, given his career, he has to stick on to a very strict personalized lifestyle. So the reason why I'm showing all these celebrities is that these kind of problems also exist among common people like us. So we all need a more of a personalized lifestyle. So we are all moving from one size fits all approach towards a personalized approach. So that is the whole point and the theme of this conference on precision nutrition. So we need a precise and optimum diet which could overcome the risk of developing the disease, and that risk element varies from one individual to another individual. So talking about nutrigenetics, I do a lot of nutrigenetic research which is about the gene-diet interaction. So I do 2 kinds of research. One looking at the developed parts of the world, and the other one looking at the developing countries. So looking at the developed parts of the world, the research that I'm doing in Western population, so the collaboration is called the DCARDIA collaboration. To date, we have nearly about 35 studies comprising data from US, UK, and European countries, and with access to the UK Biobank and various consortia-based studies, we have a sample size of nearly 2 million people, and these are some of the publications. And with regards to the lower middle income countries, that is the developing countries, I'm leading this genuine collaboration, which was funded by the British Nutrition Foundation. And these are the countries in which I've implemented the nutrigenetic studies for the first time. And what you see in the brackets are basically the funding organizations that have supported my research activities in all these countries. So let me give you some examples of these gene-diet interactions. So nutrigenetics is nothing but the interaction between the genetic and the dietary factors and how they contribute to obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. So I have a question for you. The role of the DNA sequence variation in response to nutrients is? Which is the right answer? A, B, C, or D? Anyone? D. D or B? C. 2. B. Okay. 4. D. Okay. Any other answer? A. Okay. Then C is left. Who wants to go for C? You want to go for C. Okay. The right answer is D. Nutrigenetics. The option number 4. When you get this terminology, DNA sequence variation, when you're looking at the genetic variation, it is nothing but nutrigenetics. When it is about gene expression, then it is nutrigenomics. Genomics is expression. Nutrigenetics is something to deal with genetic variation. Okay, now let's have a look at the current status of nutrigenetic studies in developed countries. So it all started off with the discovery of the obesity gene. This obesity gene was discovered in the year 2007. So once this gene was discovered, people strongly believed that is, this gene was discovered in the UK population. And once the gene was discovered, people in the UK, they strongly believed that if they carry 2 copies of that genetic variation, they are destined to become obese. So to clear this fear from the minds of public, the genetic epidemiologist decided to test whether consuming a healthy diet or doing more levels of physical activity, can that help in overcoming the genetic risk of obesity. So that was the point when they started, all the researchers, all the nutritionists and academics, they started to explore the gene-diet interactions to find out whether consuming a healthy diet, can that overcome the genetic risk of obesity. So let me give you some examples of the gene-diet interaction. So this is basically a study that I did in the European population. So where we looked at 5 different countries. So 11,000 people participated in this study. And these 11,000 people were followed up for 5 years. And we found a very interesting interaction between the genetic risk and the protein consumption on weight gain. So in this graph, on the x-axis, you find the protein intake. On the y-axis, you find the weight change per year. And these 3 lines are people with high genetic risk, moderate genetic risk, and low genetic risk. And you can see that as protein consumption increases, the annual weight change also significantly increases for people who carry a high genetic risk. That is, if you have a high genetic risk and consuming more amounts of protein-rich foods, then you're likely to gain more weight compared to people who are consuming a good balanced diet of proteins. So what it means is that if you carry a high genetic risk, you can still overcome that genetic risk by lowering your total dietary protein consumption, that is lowering your protein consumption less than 17% of your total energy intake. So when you're able to reduce it below 17%, you can overcome that genetic risk. So the message is not to reduce your protein consumption, but reducing it to a cut point, which is 17%. But as I said, this is a study which was done in European population. So this finding is applicable only for Europeans, not for our South Asian population. It's applicable only for the European population. Let me give you another example. This is a study which was focusing on the Mediterranean diet. So the Mediterranean foods are nothing but which are rich in omega-3 fatty acids, fruits, vegetables. So consuming a lot of Mediterranean foods will help you to overcome the risk of becoming obese. So that's exactly what we identified, but at the backdrop of genetic risk. So in this graph on the x-axis, you find the Mediterranean diet score. So higher the score, higher the consumption of the Mediterranean foods. On the y-axis, you find the weight change per year. And the three lines that you see, they're basically low genetic risk, moderate genetic risk, and high genetic risk. And you can see that as the consumption of the Mediterranean diet increases, the people with high genetic risk, they were able to reduce their weight gain over a period of that 5-year time. Which means that even if you carry a high genetic risk, by consuming a lot of Mediterranean foods, you can overcome the genetic risk of obesity. So consuming a healthy diet can definitely help you to overcome the genetic risk. So these are a couple of studies I've shown you, but they have plenty of studies, and scientific evidence is really strong for the Western parts of the world. Now let's have a look at what is happening in developing countries. So what is the status of nutrigenetics in lower middle income countries? So this is exactly why I started the genuine collaboration. So 8 years ago, before I started this collaboration, I wanted to see what is happening in India or Sri Lanka or in Southeast Asia or Africa or South America, all the developing countries. I couldn't find one nutrigenetic study in all these populations. So that is why I started this genuine collaboration with the idea of implementing nutrigenetic studies for the first time in ethnically diverse population. So the first nutrigenetic study was implemented in the Indian population, then in Sri Lanka, then in Indonesia, then in Brazilian population, in Ghanaian population, in Turkish population, now in Peruvian population. We are also running these nutrigenetic studies in other lower middle income countries, in addition to the ongoing collaborations in other parts of the developed countries. So these are some of the publications. So if you now go to PubMed or any Google search, you will see several studies, and all these nutrigenetic studies have come out from the genuine collaboration, so which is the first of its kind to implement nutrigenetic studies in all the lower middle income countries. So let me share some interesting findings. So when you look at the Western populations, they all belong to the same, more or less the same ethnic group, which is a Caucasian ethnic group or the European ancestry. So which means that designing a personalized diet is not going to be that challenging. But when you look at lower middle income countries, like if you look at the South Asian population or Southeast Asian population or West Asian population or African population or South American population, Middle Eastern population, each and every ethnic group carries a unique genetic makeup. So that is why I was talking to you all in the beginning about the genetic heterogeneity, the differences in the genetic makeup. So we all carry different level of genetic risk. Some people might carry low genetic risk. Some people might be carrying a high genetic risk. But there is no individual who carries 0% genetic risk. We all carry some level of genetic risk. But it doesn't matter. Even if you have low or high or moderate genetic risk, unless you trigger that unhealthy component, you're not going to become obese. So that trigger is basically coming from your diet. So we carried out these studies in different parts of the world, and in each ethnic group, you will see that there is one unique dietary pattern. For example, if you look at the South Asian population, you have India and Sri Lanka. So when we conducted the studies in the Indian and Sri Lankan population, you know, like for South Asians, the main source of energy comes from carbohydrates because we all consume a lot of rice. So the main source of energy comes from carbohydrate. And here we found that the diets which were high in carbohydrate, so we found that nearly 1/3 of the population from South Asia, they were consuming nearly about 500 grams of carbohydrate per day. And those individuals alone showed an increased genetic risk of obesity. If you go to Southeast Asian and the West Asian population, that is Indonesia and Turkish population, they do consume significant amounts of meat products. So there is increased consumption of animal protein. So we found that 1/3 of this population, they were consuming nearly 140 grams of protein, total protein per day. So if you look at the Indonesian population or the Turkish population, the dietary recommendation for the protein consumption is only around 65 to 70 grams of protein per day. But you can see that 1/3 of the population is consuming double the amount of what is required, and those are the individuals who are showing an increased genetic risk of central obesity. A similar finding was also observed for the South American population, where the diets high in protein, that is consuming 145 grams of protein per day, they showed an increased genetic risk of central obesity. Now coming to the African population, that is the Ghanaian population, which is the West African population, here it was basically the fat consumption. So 1/3 of the population was consuming, that is nearly our total fat consumption was more than 47 grams of fat per day, or more than 23 grams of saturated fat per day. Those individuals showed an increased genetic risk of central obesity. So the reason why I'm showing you this particular slide is that you can see that the dietary patterns are different from one population to another population. The genetic makeup is also different from one ethnic group to another ethnic group. So if you want to implement a personalized dietary strategy for a particular population, you have to use the findings from that population. Because there are lots of personalized nutrition centers and wellness centers and gene testing centers which are available in India and across the globe. And what they are doing is, they are utilizing the findings from the European population, and they are trying to implement the personalized diets for people living in India or in other lower middle income countries, which is ethically inappropriate and it's not acceptable at all. As a future nutritionist or dietitian you're all sitting over here and listening to this fact, so please do not promote such activities in future. There are several online personalized nutrition programs where they say, like, if you pay $10 or $5, like, you will get a personalized diet, but they are all utilizing the information from the Western population. That will not work for everyone. You have to use the findings from the Indian population, these findings from the Indian population, to implement a personalized diet if you are an Indian. So that is how it works. You cannot use a finding from other ethnic group to implement a personalized diet for another ethnic group. So what is this? Sweet potato. What do you know about sweet potato? Do you know that sweet potato is Hollywood actors' favorite food? Most of the Hollywood actors, to maintain their six-pack, what they do is, they do consume a lot of sweet potatoes, which is the only source of carbohydrate as part of their diet. They don't consume rice or any other form of carbs like bread or anything else. They consume sweet potato because it's very nutritious and very healthy. So that is also, in a way, sticking on to a more of a personalized approach of achieving the fitness and the six-pack. So the reason why I'm showing you this is because each and every individual, according to their career, according to their health, and various other things, we are trying to personalize our health. Do you know about the Head and Shoulders shampoo? Have you heard about it? Yeah, so like if you say like 15 years ago, the Head and Shoulders shampoo was introduced. So that shampoo, when that was introduced, there was only one product available. It was applicable for all types of hair. like whether your hair is moist hair or silky hair or long or short, whatever. But now today, if you go to the supermarket, you will find Head and Shoulders like in different varieties, like one for moist hair, one for dry hair, one for long hair, one for silky hair. Like the whole point is when you're able to personalize your commodities for the sake of your hair, why can't you personalize your diet for the sake of your health? So that is the whole point of why you need to personalize your diet to overcome the genetic risk of such chronic diseases. So in terms of looking at all these findings, the main take-home message is that if you need to personalize, please utilize the findings or scientific evidence from that particular population. If you're an Indian, you have to use a population. So if you're interested in knowing more about nutrigenetics in relation to the genuine collaboration, you can go into this publication, which was published in 2020. And we are also looking at micronutrient deficiencies like vitamin B12 and vitamin D as well as part of nutrigenetic studies. But I'm not looking into that in this lecture today. But this publication is available online for everyone. So feel free to go and have a read. Okay, another question for you. The study of the role of nutrients in gene expression is precision nutrition, nutrigenomics, personalized nutrition, and nutrigenetics. 2, B. Everyone is saying B. Is everyone is saying B? So that's the right answer. B, nutrigenomics. Well done. Okay, so now let's have a look at what is nutrigenomics. So nutrigenomics refers to the study of the role of nutrients in gene expression. So when you consume any food, the food has got all the nutrients. The nutrients eventually will have to be absorbed by all the cells in our body, right? So the nutrients will have to enter into the cell. So these nutrients are nothing but all the macronutrients and micronutrients, all the vitamins, antioxidants, minerals, everything. So they eventually need to be absorbed by the cell and they enter into the cytoplasm. In the cytoplasm, there is a very interesting molecule which is eagerly waiting for that nutrients to enter. And that molecule is nothing but the transcription factor. There are two important functions for the transcription factor. One is to bind to the nutrient, and second, take the nutrient to the DNA, which is in the nucleus. So this nutrient, along with the transcription factor, goes and binds to the DNA, provides energy to the DNA, nourishes the DNA, and converts the DNA to RNA, and RNA to proteins, and proteins to metabolites. So you can see that there are certain RNA, proteins, and metabolites which are produced in the body in response to your diet. So this is why we say that like what you eat is what you are, and what you're eating is interacting with the DNA and producing the proteins, and the proteins are determining what you are. So this study of the expression of the RNA in response to a nutrient is what you call as transcriptomics, and the study of the expression of the proteins in response to a nutrient is what you call as a proteomics, and the study of the expression of the metabolites in response to a nutrient is metabolomics. So all these omics approaches, genomics, proteomics, transcriptomics, and metabolomics, they all come under one big umbrella, which is nothing but nutrigenomics. Why do we study nutrigenomics? Why do we have to study all these multi-omics approaches? The reason is, if you find there are certain differences in the RNA expression levels, or protein expression levels, or metabolite expression levels, which means that there is some problem with your dietary pattern. So you get an opportunity to rectify your dietary pattern. If I'm able to consume a healthy diet, then you're able to rectify your gene expression profile as well. So these differences in the gene expression, they serve as molecular biomarkers, and understanding these biomarkers will help you to prevent the development of the disease through a personalized meal plan approach. So this is how you translate the finding from nutrigenomics to personalized approach. So if you look at this schematic representation of how the DNA is converted to RNA and RNA to protein, so this gene expression it cannot happen on its own. It can happen only in the presence of a food or diet or the nutrients. The nutrients present in the food, they go and bind to the DNA and regulate the gene expression. So every food that you're consuming has got some kinds of nutrients. So these nutrients are continuously interacting with your DNA, and that is determining who you are. So whenever you're eating something, please make sure that you do have a balance of both healthy and as well as the junk food. I wouldn't say don't consume junk foods at all. Once in a while, consuming junk foods is absolutely fine, but as long as you are equally consuming healthy foods. So we have seen what is genomics, what is transcriptomics, what is proteomics. Now let's have a look at what is metabolomics. Metabolomics is kind of an upcoming area of research. The reason why metabolomics is being given a lot of importance is that in metabolomics, you're looking at nearly 3,000 metabolites. And these metabolites are the end product of the entire metabolic pathway. And that gives you a true reflection of what your diet is, basically. So metabolic profiling will help you to understand the molecular basis of the health and the disease. So if you want to do a molecular metabolomic methodology, then depending on the question, you can do a human study or an animal study. You can get any kind of a sample, like a blood sample or urine sample or fecal sample or even a breast milk. And depending upon your question, you can carry out the study, whether you want to look at some of the metabolites or all of the metabolites. And you have plenty of technologies and platforms which are available to carry out this metabolomic approach, like you have NMR, mass spec, and various chromatographic techniques. For example, if I'm doing a study on 1,000 urine samples, and each urine sample has got 3,000 metabolites, so the data that I'm going to accumulate, so obviously you need a sophisticated platform to carry out all these analyses. And that's how you try to identify whether an individual has got abnormal levels of metabolites or very low levels of metabolites, and that will help you to treat the problem. Because like if you're able to know that there is an abnormality in the levels of the metabolites, then even before you develop the disease, you can correct it by changing your dietary patterns. So this is more than a diagnostic tool, it's more as a predictive marker. So by knowing your metabolite levels, you can prevent the development of chronic diseases. So we have seen nutrigenetics, nutrigenomics, and metabolomics. Now let's have a look at what is epigenetics. So epigenetics is basically a non-genetic area of research, because in genetics, you're looking at the genetic sequence, whereas in epigenetics, you're just looking at the changes in the gene expression. There is no change in the genotype. There is change only in the phenotype. The phenotype is your physical representation. Genotype is your genetic representation. So there's no change in the genotype. It's only change in the phenotype through the change in the gene expression. So one epigenetic modification is the DNA methylation, where a methyl group is being added on to a nucleotide, which is a cytosine. So when this methyl group is being added on to this nucleotide, what happens is that the gene expression cannot take place. That phenomenon is called gene silencing. The genes are silenced or prevented from getting expressed, and which is good, because we don't need all the genes to be expressed 24/7. We need the genes to be expressed only when the genes are required, only when the proteins are required. For example, if you're consuming any food, then there should be certain enzymes which need to be produced, for which the gene expression should be activated. But when you're not consuming food, your genes need not be expressed. They have to be silenced. So that kind of a regulation is being regulated by this epigenetic modification, which is a DNA methylation. If DNA methylation is not happening, then overexpression of the genes can lead to obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. But where do you get these methyl groups from? The methyl groups are coming from your diet. All the healthy foods, all the vegetables and fruits and omega-3 and everything, all these healthy foods, oily fish, proteinaceous foods. All these foods have got the methyl donor, the methyl groups. If you're consuming junk foods or fried foods, unhealthy foods and fast foods, they don't have any methyl groups. So if you need methyl groups, then you have to consume a lot of healthy foods. And there's a very strong nutri-epigenetic link between the maternal diet and the fetal growth. Because studies have clearly shown that nutritional deficiencies during pregnancy can have an impact on the fetal growth, because that can bring about changes in the methylation patterns. And those changes in the methylation patterns can be carried over when the fetus, when the child becomes an adult. And when the child becomes an adult, the person can develop cardiometabolic diseases. So it all happens in that first 1,000 days of a child's life. The first 1,000 days of a child's life is very, very crucial. So any nutritional deficiencies during that period can definitely have a significant impact when the child becomes an adult. So that's why we say the foods which are rich in methyl donors are very, very crucial, because what you eat and what you do in the first 1,000 days of your life will determine the rest of your life. So which of the following diet-derived compounds have epigenetic effects? Butyrate, curcumin, genistein, and none of the above. A, B, C, or D? D. Okay. There's one answer already. D. Everyone is saying D. No changes with your answer. C. Okay. Any other answer? B. Okay. Anyone saying A? A. Okay, fine. So the right answer is butyrate, curcumin, and genistein. All three have epigenetic effects. So all the three diet-derived compounds, they do have epigenetic effects. They can induce DNA methylation in the DNA. So now let's have a look at the impact of the diet on gut microbiome. So the food that you're consuming is interacting with each and every cell where the DNA is. It's interacting with the DNA, and that's where the gene-diet interactions are happening, and it's interacting with the gene expression, and it's interacting with the DNA methylation, and also it is interacting with all the metabolites. Now, the food that you're consuming is also going through the gut lumen, where you have all the microorganisms. So we all carry nearly about 2 to 3 kilograms of the gut microorganisms, and these microorganisms are not just bacteria. We all carry bacteria, viruses, phages, and yeast. Several microorganisms are there, and these microorganisms play a very important role. If you're consuming a healthy diet, that is a diet which is rich in fiber and probiotics, then that can release certain molecules which are called as the short-chain fatty acids. There are 3 important short-chain fatty acids: acetic acid, butyric acid, and propionic acid. And these short-chain fatty acids, they maintain the anaerobic conditions of the gut lumen. They maintain your cognition levels, your mental health state, maintaining your physiological system, and efficiently carrying out all the metabolic activities, and boosting your immune system and preventing you from developing infections. So your gut plays a very important role. The way you would nourish your DNA, you have to take care of nourishing your gut lumen as well, because you carry a lot of microorganisms, and the proportion of the good and the bad bacteria needs to be balanced. So where you need to have at least 80 to 90% of the good bacteria and nearly about 10 to 15% of the bad bacteria to have a healthy gut microbiome. Because if there is an imbalance in the stability of the gut microbiome, that is, if the number of bad bacteria increases and outnumbers the good bacteria, that situation is what you call as a gut microbiome dysbiosis. So this gut microbiome dysbiosis is a very important phenomenon of type 2 diabetes. Majority of the type 2 diabetic cases have gut microbiome dysbiosis. Because like before you develop diabetes, there are different stages. First you become obese, then you develop insulin resistance, and then you develop the impact glucose tolerance, and then finally you develop type 2 diabetes. So these stages, they happen over several years. It's not going to happen within 1 day or 1 month. It happens over a period of time. Like people stay obese for a long time, then they become insulin resistant, and then finally, eventually they develop diabetes. But like if you maintain that gut microbiome dysbiosis, this progression could be faster. And majority of the type 2 diabetic cases these days especially, they develop diabetes purely because of the fact that they maintain that gut microbiome dysbiosis, which is not good. So if you're able to nourish your gut through probiotic supplements or natural way of consuming probiotics or consuming a lot of fiber-rich foods, you can overcome the risk of type 2 diabetes, even if you have a very high genetic risk. So what percent of all the cells in the human body are bacterial cells? Less than 10%, about 30%, more than 70%, around 50%. C. What about you? Who's saying A? A, okay. B, okay. D, okay. So the right answer is more than 70%. That is the right answer. So which means that you have to give a lot of importance to the bacteria which is living in your gut lumen. Who's he? Bahubali. So when this movie was released, this Bahubali image, he became kind of like image like where all men wanted to become a Bahubali, and that was taken over by several food companies, and where they wanted to make use of this concept of developing a personalized diet. So this is something like which we take as part of a normal diet, but they were using this kind of a promotion to implement such personalized diet that also came as biscuits and energy drinks and a lot of like protein rich powders, saying that if you consume all these things, you can become one Bahubali. So the reason why I'm showing this one is media can promote a lot of things, especially after the pandemic. A lot of people were selling personalized product. They have the tag, which is the personalized concept, but that is not actually personalized. Personalization takes into account of your underlying genetic makeup. The only thing that differentiates one individual from another individual is your DNA. If you're not taking into account of your DNA or genetic makeup, then it is not personalization at all. So don't get misled by these kind of products, because these are not, this is just an example, but there are plenty of other products on media, online, and various other companies which are available. So don't get misled, because you're all students, like you're getting educated, and please use your common sense. So now, personalized nutrition used to be a concept where we take into account of your genetic makeup, your lifestyle, your diet, physical activity, and you try to implement a personalized diet for an individual. So this was a situation 10 years ago. But now, what is happening is, we are moving towards precision nutrition. So this one, it all starts with a diet, which interacts with your DNA, your metabolites, your gut microbiome, and your epigenetics. So as soon as you consume any food, all these 4 compartments are functioning in parallel. So which means that if you want to implement a personalized diet, you need to look at it as a 4-way interaction, like a metagenome, hyperbolome, epigenome diet interaction. And understanding this interaction is crucial for the implementation of the precision nutrition, or the so-called personalized nutrition. And this is what I call as a revolution in the field of nutritional science. Until today, we still do not have the evidence of implementing all these 4 approaches together in one study and implementing a precision nutrition approach. A lot of researchers are working either on nutrigenetics or nutrigenomics or epigenetics or gut microbiome. But the appropriate way to look at the precision nutrition is to look at it as a holistic approach of taking into account of all these 4 approaches together. So as a lead for the next speaker, the precision nutrition is entering into the era of artificial intelligence. So if you look at this particular figure, in my lecture today, I spoke about genetics, epigenetics, microbiome, metabolomics, proteomics, lifestyle, physical activity. But on this side, you can see that various factors like stress, sleep, age, geographical condition, socioeconomic status, early life, the first 1,000 days. So all these factors need to be measured for each and every individual before you provide a personalized diet. Say if I'm looking at 10,000 people from Tamil Nadu, and I'm doing a deep phenotyping of all these measurements, so I'm going to get a lot of data. So how am I going to handle and how am I going to develop a personalized diet for these individuals? The only way by which I could do that will be with the help of the artificial intelligence or the machine learning approaches, which could help me in developing a model, a personalized model or an algorithm, which could help me to develop a personalized dietary model. So that is how we can think about implementing a personalized dietary strategy for overcoming the risk of developing all the chronic diseases such as obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. Because we always say that prevention is better than cure. So here, my focus is more about the prevention rather than the management and treatment. Once you develop the disease like diabetes or cardiovascular disease, you're forever tagged as diabetic and cardiovascular disease patients. But it's more about the prevention. If you want to prevent, then the best way, as you can see in the future, because this is not happening at the moment because we need to generate more of scientific evidence, but as a future strategy, this would be more of a hope for the prevention of such chronic diseases. So on this note, I would like to thank all my genuine collaborators. And finally, thank you all so much for listening to my talk and happy to take any questions.
Students, if you have any queries, please feel free to put it forward. We have our eminent speaker to clear it out.
Any questions? She needs a mic.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, whether curing inherited cancer related to nutrigenetics or nutrigenomics, inherited cancer, whether it is related, can we cure through nutrigenetics or nutrigenomics?
Okay, so cancer, as I said before, like cancer is much more complex than obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular disease. And if you talk about inherited cancer, that is even more complicated. So the concept of nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics is more applicable for these chronic diseases, like which are occurring because of both the genetic and the lifestyle. So when you say inherited, it means that just the genetic factors are involved. So there the precision nutrition might not be a right approach over there. It's more of a treatment strategy. Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes.
This juvenile diabetes and relationship with nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics. I'm not clear about it, whether it is because of nutrigenetics or nutrigenomics.
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't get your question.
Juvenile diabetes.
Yeah, early onset diabetes.
Early
Yeah.
onset of diabetes. We can find in many young girls and boys nowadays.
So yeah, the concept of nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics is definitely applicable even for the early onset and adult onset diabetes as well. But for adult onset, it's more applicable. For early onset, for example, type 1 diabetes or like even for MODI, maturity onset diabetes of the young. So all the early onset diabetic cases, the chances of implementing precision nutrition will be less because there's more of a genetic component. For example, if you look at the maturity onset diabetes of the young, it's all mostly driven by the genetic mutation. So that comes under the concept of precision medicine rather than precision nutrition. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I have a question.
Where are you? Oh, you're,
Sir.
sorry, yeah.
Sir, being an obese person, it's an important question for me. Wherever I move and carrying out a master checkup, even the endocrinologist, so they have said no problem within me, but they have suggested that there might be a metabolic error, but they prescribe me the protein diet alone. Throughout protein diet, and for the past 7 years I've been under this protein diet. But from you I could have heard through the session, intake of protein induces high risk of obesity. Even though I'm in abnormal obesity, how could it help you, sir?
I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't looked at your entire clinical or biochemical profile, so I cannot suggest you any kind of a diet. But my point is, like, I'm not sure why the doctors even prescribed a protein diet. So if someone is taking is it a high protein diet or a normal balanced protein diet?
The paleo diet, sir.
Sorry?
High protein.
High protein diet. I certainly wouldn't recommend a high protein diet, because the individuals who are taking high protein diet should definitely do a lot of workout. Because if you're not doing, are you doing a lot of workouts or exercise or physical activity? No, okay, fine. So if that is not happening, then high protein diets are definitely not recommended. And also, like, talking about obesity, like, because it used to be a time like when we tag people as people who are obese, always have a metabolic error. So the whole concept is changing now. So now we say that even if you're obese, you can still be metabolically stable, and even if you are normal weight, you can still be metabolically unstable. So that whole concept is changing, and we are working on a project. In fact, there are certain genes which can make you obese, but you still have a normal metabolism happening. You'll feel hungry when it is required, and of course, like, you need to have a balanced diet and everything, but that concept of the metabolism is, so I don't know, like, whether you have that metabolic error or you're still metabolically stable, but I would certainly get another recommendation from a clinician or a nutritionist to think about the dietary pattern, yeah. Because high protein diets, if you don't work out, it will make you even more obese.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
I received the answers for a long time. It's been unheard and unanswered. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Can she get
Good
a mic,
afternoon,
please?
sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, there, okay. Yeah. Good afternoon.
So, what's your take on paleo diet? Because it's recent trending.
Which one?
Paleo diet.
I wouldn't recommend at all. There's no scientific evidence for that at all. So there's no point talking about it.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Never go for any kind of a diet where you don't have any scientific evidence at all. And there are plenty of diets available. Like, people say, like, I'm diabetic, I'm taking paleo diet and it's working very well. It might work for some people, it might not work for other people, but there is no strong scientific evidence at all. Even if you go for, like, any different kinds of fasting mechanisms, so even that, there are a lot of conflicting reports. For example, if you talk about intermittent fasting, studies where they have not looked into the genetic component, those studies have shown a positive impact. But, like, when you introduce a genetic component into the model, like people who have high genetic risk, and if they do intermittent fasting, are they losing weight? The answer is no. So even intermittent fasting doesn't work with regards to the nutrigenetics or nutrigenomic research. Any other? She has a question. Can she get a mic, please? Or can you come to the front? I'll give you my mic.
So really the session was incredibly informative.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
You threw different light on diet, how nutrients influences the gene, thus influencing other factors. It was really different.
Thank you.
And you said that to get our personalized diet, we need to study our genes first.
So if I need my personalized diet, is there any single study, genetic study is there, and is it affordable to all?
Okay, that's actually a very interesting question. So, first of all, like, I mean, all these gene testing centers and personalized nutrition centers, they are making money out of this whole concept about, like, I mean, making your genes tested and providing you a personalized diet. So, it's not available to everyone. But as I was talking about the genuine collaboration, so the whole point of the genuine collaboration is not only to implement nutrigenetic studies, but also to develop policies like with the help of the government support to make it affordable to everyone in the public level. Like for example, if you go to a government hospital, whether your genes could be tested and identify your genetic risk and whether some kind of optimum diets. But that is what we look forward and that's what we hope for. But that's not going to happen in near future. It's going to take a very long time. But at least like, for example, a project that we have received funding from the British Council, like we are working with Dr. Anto Cordelia over here. So that's something happening in Malaysia. So we have support from the Ministry of Health over there and with the Nutrition Society of Malaysia, and where we are trying to do a lot of outreach activities and bringing awareness to the public. So even before going into the affordability, the more important strategy that we need to think as nutritionists and dietitians or researchers is to bring awareness to the public. How many people in India know about nutrigenetics? So that awareness is very much required. And that is one of the reasons like why I go and give these lectures and talks and conduct various workshops and activities, like even in like various colleges, not only in India, I travel across the world, like not just in big universities, like, but also in those universities which are in very remote and rural areas to bring awareness to the public. Any other questions? Oh, there's one question at the back.
So we know about the diabetes. We have two types of diabetes in India. We know that diabetes 1 we have to control to induce that insulin. And how can we control the diabetes 2?
Sorry, I didn't get your question. How do you control type 2 diabetes?
Second type of diabetes.
Yeah, so is your question in relation to nutrigenetics or just in general?
It is general, sir.
Okay, so if it is in general, I'm not a clinician, so I cannot suggest because that varies from one diabetic patient to another diabetic patient and what stage of the diabetes it is in, and also like whether the person has already developed complications or not, and there are various types of complications. But in terms of maintaining it, obviously the diet, physical activity, so that is the only way by which you can control diabetes. But in terms of like nutrigenetic involvement, so what they do is like if you know that you have a high genetic risk and you have already developed diabetes, how do you maintain the blood sugar level? Because there's always like a complaint that comes from the diabetic patient, I'm not eating any sugar at all, but why my sugar level is always up? How do I control it? So that could be something to do with your genetic risk. Because what amount of sugar could be consumed or what amount of carbs or proteins or fat should be included as part of the balanced meal. Because when you go to a hospital and once you're diagnosed as diabetes, you'll be recommended to a nutritionist. And the nutritionist or the dietitian will be recommending your diet chart. And they'll be giving you all the foods. So that foods might not be the appropriate way for you because you might be carrying a completely different genetic pattern. So for which an appropriate personalized diet might be required. So that is exactly where the personalization comes. But overall, controlling can come with a balance of both your physical activity and your diet. Just the diet alone cannot help a diabetic patient to control the blood sugar level.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
First of all, I would like to thank the management and the organizing committee for inviting such a brilliant and intuitive speaker, Dr. Vimal Karani. Sir, you laid the foundation for your lecture by starting with the basics of genetics. Your insight on genetic variation gave us an idea why our parents suffer from the same disease as our grandparents. We are greatly amazed by to witness your research that you are conducting in and around the world. So thank you so much, sir. It was highly informative, and we can relate it with our day-to-day life. And you also thought that how our personalized diet along with the physical exercise will help us to lead a healthy life. Once again, thank you so much for your scholarly session, sir. We now understand that there is an inevitable relationship between human genome, human nutrition, and health. Thank you so much, sir.
Before freezing my words and without consuming much time, may I now request Ms. Lakshmi Shree, Department of Home Science, to introduce the chief guest, Dr. Anto Cordelio Thanaslis Anthony Danapal. Danapal, to lead the session on the topic precision nutrition approach. Please, ma'am.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. It's my pleasure to introduce our guest, Dr. Anto Cordelio Tanushla Anthony Danabal. At present, she serves as an assistant professor in the Department of Chemical Science since 15/4/2019 to till date at University Tunuk Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. She received her PhD in Food Science and Nutrition through Avinashlingam University for Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. She has membership in learned societies such as Life Member in Nutrition Society of Malaysia and Nutrition Society of India, and also professional member in Malaysian Society of Body Composition. Dr. Anto has published extensively in areas related to food science and nutrition, and presently she has more than 25 research articles and 3 book chapters. She has received investment from various funding bodies, and in the last 5 years, the grants that she has been associated with values of Malaysian ringgit is 255,400. That is in Indian value 47,57,000 around. In the last 5 years, Dr. Anto delivered 45 invited lectures in the relation to food science and nutrition in South Asian countries. Dr. Anto also serves as adjunct professor Nehru Arts and Science College, Coimbatore between 2012 to 2023. And she organizing chairperson Nutrition Seminar Series 1 2021. UTAR Grand Reviewer, Malaysian Torre Research Fund MTSF 2021. Like this, her service to external bodies goes on. With this short introduction, I feel very happy to have such an eminent personality, Dr. Anto Cordelio Anthony Danabal, to take over her session. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that introduction. A very good afternoon to one and all. I know after a very brainstorming session and flow of information, what I'm going to do next half an hour is just to say, how do we proceed with precision nutrition research and what are the approaches we have. So without further delay, let me go on to my talk. Okay. So, why do we go in for precision nutrition? So from what Prof. Vimal Karani said just now, one size does not fit all, and now it is one size does not fit at all. So that is why we are moving towards precision nutrition. So what Okay, so how does this transition take place? Right now, we follow the traditional methods of nutritional assessment. Until now, we still follow that. And that traditional methods is based on, for every country, we have a food guide pyramid. So we follow the food guide pyramid for any general nutritional requirements, or when we refer to the food guide pyramid. So that is one of the traditional methods, and that is for the population or for the population subgroups. So after this, we went in for the targeted population, which means every country have their own recommended nutrient intakes or recommended dietary allowances. So that gives the requirements for the different age groups, different gender, for lactating women, for pregnant women. So that is for a target population. And now we move on towards personalized nutrition. And personalized nutrition, again, based on your genetic makeup, your exposure to the various environmental factors, your physical activity, your dietary pattern. This is a recommendation for your dietary intake. So that is personalized nutrition. And further up, we move towards precision nutrition, whereby any targeted disease or disorder, let's say for diabetes, type 2 diabetes. So you find all these omics data, integrate them with your dietary pattern, your physical activity levels, your sleep pattern, and all these data are integrated so that you get a personalized recommendation to treat or prevent a particular disease or disorder. So that is what we talk about precision nutrition. So we are still in the infancy stage when it comes to personalized or precision nutrition, because we do not have enough scientific evidence to go in for personalization or tailoring your individual diets. So this is the difference between a personalized nutrition and precision nutrition. So personalized nutrition will use the individual's information to tailor your dietary intake. Whereas when it comes to precision nutrition, again, we use more of the scientific evidences or more data from your intake, or we integrate all these different omics data so that you get a clear dietary picture how you have to prevent or treat a disease. So that is precision nutrition. Okay, so this is an example how this could be done. This is the postprandial glucose levels after tailoring the diets for the individuals. So now everyone have the same glucose level pattern after taking or modifying the diet. So when you look into the picture, you will see each individual's diet is different, but they have the same postprandial glucose levels. So this is what is personalizing diet or a precision nutrition approach to trees. So to do this or to achieve this, we need the artificial intelligence technique, or artificial intelligence is the broad class that we use, which encompasses the machine learning techniques or deep learning techniques. So all these help in analyzing the data that we get from all those measurements, and then finally we arrive at the output and how we can tailor the diet for the individuals. So it does not stop with one single measurement, whether your anthropometric measurements or your body composition or your dietary intake or physical activity or your sleep patterns. It should have the information from all these measurements to tailor your diet. So this is the example of the postprandial glucose levels, which has already been tested, and the results have been published. So these are the core components of precision nutrition and how we wanted to approach this, or how we achieve precision nutrition towards this. So one is the clinical as well as the family history of the individuals. So we need to know that that is the first-hand information that we get, and from there we go in for the different gene testing or analysis, and then go for your gut microbiome data, and all these together will go in for how to interpret these data and how you can come or arrive at a precision nutrition. So for this, we need a holistic and integrated approach. It is not from just one single measurement, as I said. So it encompasses many of these measurements, and these are the high throughput technologies and the novel techniques that we use, which is differing from the traditional methods of measuring all these data. Again, it is not done by a clinician or a single nutritionist or a dietitian. To have a precision nutrition or your precise diet, we need the hands of all these people. You need a clinician, a dietitian, a nutritionist, and those who analyze all your data using the techniques like next generation sequencing or NMR. So we need those technicians, and then the people who can interpret your data or analyze your data, the epidemiologist, the bioinformatics specialist, or the statisticians. Again, along with them, you also need to have a psychologist. So all these people together only can help you to move towards a precision nutrition. Okay, so this is the novel technique that we use today to enhance or to ease the process of collecting data or evidence. Because whatever the traditional method that we use now consumes a lot of time. We take all the survey questionnaires, the hard copy, we go personally meet them, give the questionnaires, and after collecting all the information, you have to key in your data and then do all the analysis. So these are more prone to human errors. So to avoid that and to ease your level of acquiring all these data, now we use these artificial intelligence techniques. So they will give a precise and more accurate data for you within a very short span of time, and the analysis is made simpler. So that is what we are trying to do with artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence, it's nothing but there's something that mimics your human brain. So the machine that mimics a human brain, that is what is artificial intelligence. And machine learning is a subset of this artificial intelligence. So it does not require any programming. It is all mathematical modeling or statistical modeling that helps in prediction. So disease prediction, or whether you are predisposed to any of those chronic disorders. And deep learning is again a subset of this machine learning techniques. Okay, so based on the images that we send, they will process the image, fast image processing, and give you a data for you, what exactly is happening in you. So these are the novel techniques that we have to analyze or to produce or generate evidences, which is moving away from your traditional methods of data collection. So this is the process flow, how artificial intelligence is involved when it comes to precision nutrition approach. So we get different data from the individual, and that data, whatever we get, is it can be in the form of a structured data or it is in the unstructured data, which means we can take a picture of the food that you consume, or you can give an audio message of what are the foods that you consume. So those are the unstructured data. So whatever the structured and the unstructured data that will be collected is processed, and that is stored in big databases or servers, and then we use the artificial intelligence, the different algorithms, and then we come out with a model which is a predictive model, and based on the predictive model, we personalize the diet. So this is the flow of artificial intelligence and how we use them in precision nutrition approach. And there is another concept called as the artificial neuronal network. I hope you all are familiar with how your neuron works and how it helps in communication, right? You know the structure of the neurons, you remember? The dendrites, the axons, the cell bodies, and how their communication, or it is passed on through the axons, and there you have a synapse. Understand, the same thing when it is done by a machine, we call it as artificial neuronal network. So we have an input, we have a processor, and then how we collect the outputs. So that is artificial neuronal network, which is done by a machine. So this is the principle that is involved, and this literally imitates how a human neuronal network works. But all these are based on the mathematical or the data that you generate. So the more amount of data you get, you will get a more precise predictive model. Okay, so that is what will happen with ANN. So you have the input data, you have the hidden layer. After receiving the input, that will be sent to the hidden layer where it is processed, and then you get the output. So all analysis are performed, and finally you get the output of what you have key in the system. And when you think, how is this possible in a research setting, or has it been tested, or it is being validated? So yes, these models have been tested in different settings, that is using artificial neuronal network. So this has already been done and already being published. So people in other parts of the world are using these techniques, whereas we are still lagging because we do not have trained persons to interpret all these data. Okay, it cannot be done without training, even if it is a clinician or a dietitian or a nutritionist. Unless you know how to interpret all these data, you cannot give a prescription or a diet recommendation for anyone. So all these needs to be done. Okay. And machine learning again is a subset of the artificial intelligence. And based on this, now there are many treatment procedures when it comes to precision medicine, but still it is new when it comes to precision nutrition. So we are trying to do this based on the supervised or unsupervised machine learning techniques. So supervised learning techniques is purely based on the task-driven approach, and unsupervised is based on whatever the data that you get from the clusters to identify mainly the subclusters or subpopulation groups. And then you have the reinforcement machine learning techniques, whereby whatever the errors or the mistakes that you have done in the first two, it can be corrected, and then you can go in for analysis again. So this technique has also been in practice, or this also has been proven by other researchers. So it is not quite new. And then this, I think everyone, you will be aware of the Internet of Things. I don't know how many of you every day track your steps. Do you? And then your sleep, how many hours of sleep you get. So all these are from the Internet of Things. So you get the data, okay, when you have those wearable gadgets, or when you have your handphones or smartwatches, you get all these data generated, but you won't be knowing how to interpret them. Those machines can only give you whether you had a good sleep and how many hours of deep sleep you had, or how many steps you have taken. Okay, so how appropriate is that to interpret based on your food intake? Because energy expenditure should be equal to your energy intake. So if you did not take much food, then the number of steps can be less. If you eat too much, then probably you have to exercise more. So interpretation is again purely individualized, not by the machine. It should be by the trained humans. Okay, so that is Internet of Things. Okay, so these are the gadgets or the new measurements that we have, the novel techniques that we see, and it is very simple to use, as we say. But how to generate omics data? So omics data, as you know, it is a collection of all the, maybe the genomics, transcriptomics, proteomics, or metabolomics. So for these data, you have to have the sample either from your blood sample, or your urine sample, or your saliva sample, or from your stools. So to process that, again, you need high throughput analysis using next generation sequencing, or you need a mass spectrometry or NMR to do all these analysis. So once you get the report, or when you go in for gene testing, when you get the report, you have to interpret the results. So to interpret, again, you have to go meet a clinician or a dietitian. And that clinician or dietitian should be a trained expert in analyzing or in interpreting these data. So generating the data and analysis is again very challenging for those who are in the middle income countries. But in other parts of the world, they've already tried this using artificial intelligence to analyze the data, and then they try to cluster the cancer patients, and based on that, they try to give a precision nutrition approach, or they try to do a precision medicine approach. So one is collection of the omics data. As I said, we have different techniques nowadays. And though expensive, I think still in India we have many of these laboratories who are doing this kind of gene testing. And the next one is nutritional biomarkers. So these biomarkers or the blood nutrients will tell you what is the status of the particular nutrient. Okay, so we need to do these nutritional biomarker analysis. Again, if you wanted to go in for a precision nutrition, not with just your normal blood count or other biochemical parameters. So blood nutrient analysis is again very expensive. You need specific kits to run these analysis. So most of the people do not go in for this kind of analysis. They just go in for the common one, and then if they say, they start giving you recommendation based on the normal test. So nutritional biomarkers, again, we have different types of markers. One is exposure biomarkers, that is those nutrients or the drugs that anyone is exposed to. Or you also have the effect biomarkers, which can produce an effect from a normal to a diseased state. So that is another specific component. And then susceptibility biomarkers, whereby a particular individual who is susceptible to a particular compound, and that can help in converting a normal condition to a disease condition. So only when you analyze these biomarkers, you will know at what stage you are. So this is essential for precision nutrition. And the role of these biomarkers are, they will help you to predict your levels. So if you are vitamin D deficiency, then your circulating vitamin D levels should be low. So that will tell you exactly whether you are vitamin D deficient or not. So based on these analysis, we go in for a personalized approach. And now you have these digital biomarkers in the market, isn't it? Most of us try to do this, and most of your smartwatch will give you all these kind of data. Have you tried this with the smartwatch or the smartphones? Okay, so for some it induces stress, because if you are a fitness freak and it says only you have walked less number of steps, then you get stressed up, isn't it? For someone who doesn't care, okay, it is not at all a problem. But again, you need humans to interpret what the machine says. So this kind of data can be generated by your smartphones or smartwatch. This is how you get when you use an Apple Watch. These are the data that you can get about your blood pressure, your heart rate, your sleep parameters, and your step tracking. So they can be received. All these data can be received and they can be leveraged. So those are digital biomarkers. And the other major important subset is your anthropometric measurements. I know most of you who are taking nutrition subjects, you will have this as one core subject, nutritional assessment, right? Okay, so the first one starts with anthropometric measurements. So normally your traditional method of measuring this is using a normal weighing scale, your measuring tape, isn't it? What else? Stadiometer, skin fold calipers. So those are the normal techniques, traditional methods we still follow. But now we have new novel techniques which will give you 15 measurements at one go. And that is more precise, more accurate, and you can avoid more of the human errors when you use this kind of analysis. So it will also give you a 3D image of yourself, and can also predict that if you follow the same dietary pattern, how you will be in the next 1 or 2 years, based on your body image. So these are the new novel techniques. The only drawback is either it is very expensive and it cannot be taken to a field setting. So when you have more number of subjects, let's say your sample size is 200 or 400, then this may not be applicable. This can be done at a lab setting, but you will get a more precise and accurate data. So for individuals, when you go to a clinic, if you are going to apply this body composition analysis, that will be very helpful. So this is the new technique that what I mentioned about. So 15 analysis or 15 measurements can be given, and you will get the result in a 3D image. And the other new measurement techniques are using the wearable gadgets. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the blood glucose monitor as a wearable gadget, or the hypertension, your blood pressure monitoring. So these wearables, you can have it in your hand. It is a non-invasive technique as well. And then you will get the measurement throughout the 24 hours. So normally when you do a BP measurement for your samples, what do? When do you take? And how many measurements do you take? You do either in duplicates or triplicates, isn't it? 2 or 3 measurements for one single person at different time intervals or different days. But how accurate are that? When you take a blood pressure measurement, suppose you are so stressed up, your levels will be high. And after a meal, definitely there will be an increase. So there are conditions that can interfere with your proper blood pressure measurement. So there are a chance for false positive results. So in order to remove that, we have these gadgets. So this will be tied to your hands, and it will be analyzing your blood pressure throughout the day, 24 hours, and your measurements will be recorded. And based on that, it can tell you whether you are really hypertensive, or when your blood pressure rises, at what intervals or what time, before a meal or after a meal, or after fasting, or when you are stressed up, or after any physical activity. So that will give you a more accurate measurement of your blood pressure. And that now changes the classification of blood pressure as well. Okay, so these gadgets are the new ones, and now they have been used for many research purposes because they give you a more accurate and more precise value. So what are the advantages and disadvantages of using these novel gadgets as well as the traditional methods? So when you talk about the traditional methods, yes, they are inexpensive. They do not need any trained personnel to do these kind of measurements, isn't it? So it is, but the drawback is, it is very expensive. I mean, the drawback is you do not get a precise data, and it is more prone to human error, and most importantly, it is time consuming. So if you want to take all the measurements like your height, weight, your waist circumference, your hip circumference, your skin fold measurements, for one single person, it will take more than 20 minutes to complete all those measurements. But whereas when you have a body composition analyzer, it does that in few seconds or minutes. And then you don't have to enter all the values manually. All these go into all these results are produced in an Excel file and easily can be fed into other statistical tools. So that saves a lot of time. So that is the advantage of using all these novel techniques. But when it comes to novel techniques, you need skilled persons to do that, and you need to have persons who are well trained in interpreting the data. And each time when you wanted to do the analysis, it has to be validated before you do. So that again should be done properly, and once the machine is, has a repair, the cost of repairing is more than the cost of buying a new. Not go in for this, especially the researchers and institutes are not ready to spend so much on this high-end techniques. So that is the drawback of using the gadgets or these techniques, very less time. So that is the advantage. Similarly, for your dietary intake measurements, have you heard of the food frequency questionnaire, the 24-hour recall method, or your food diary record or food weighment method to assess your food intake? Do you know all these techniques? The food frequency questionnaire, or it is the 24-hour recall. It depends on the person's memory. If you forget, or if you don't want to reveal what you eat, again, they are based or they are biased and they are more prone to errors. You do not get an accurate result, isn't it? So now we have new techniques whereby it will give you exactly what you eat. So this again is based on the internet, where you take the pictures and then you have now umpteen number of apps on the internet which I think 70% are junk, but still you have the apps which when you capture the picture and send it, it will process and tell you how many calories comes from the particular meal. Okay, again, there is a drawback with this method because this is purely based on the food composition table of each country. Each country will have, I know in India you have the nutritive value book, isn't it? Which will give you the nutrient content of all the foods. So only if all those data are fed into the system or in the application, then you will have a precise data. If you're using an app that is from some other country, your data is not accurate. Okay, but it is simple that you can do it online. And then if you take the same picture and is able to interpret your food intake. So that is dietitian assisted technique. And then we have the wearable devices again to measure the intake and computer aided assessments based on the images which is stored in the cloud. And you need to have, I think, a massive data being overcome by the new techniques, the smart plate and the smart cup. So when you place the food on a plate or a smart cup, it has the sensors. The sensors will analyze and tell you what is the nutrient content that is present in your food. Along with what is the nutrient content, it will also tell you what is the movement of your hand from your plate to your mouth. So when you are stressed up or when you are hungry, your movement will differ. So that will tell you, and that again, this is more important when it comes to treating hospital patients or those who are depressed. So also need the hands of psychologists. So that is the new techniques that we have. You can see these are the different mobile apps that use to capture the picture and then process your data. And this is what I talked about, the nutrition plate or the smart plate or the smart cup. So you just have to put in your food and it will tell you what exactly. And why is this more accurate? Because even if you leave some food, a surgery, so they have tested on them and then they will know what is their exact food intake and where they lag and how that can be complemented. So when you converge precision nutrition along with this artificial intelligence, that will help in giving a very precise and accurate data for anyone, and that is a scientific evidence that you have, and that can help you or assist you. It is not helping, it just assists you in giving you the evidence, what exactly is happening and how that can be overcome. So don't think that machine is starting to overrule. No, it is always, we ease our process of data collection using these machines, and all the interpretations should be done by only a trained person, which is the human. So far whatever we saw was the techniques that we use in order to go in for a precision nutrition approach. And the most recent development is creating a replica of yourself using this virtual digital twin concept. Okay, so it will create based on the data that you feed. I said from all the omics study, your physical activity, your stress levels, your exposure levels, your dietary intake. So when you feed all that, it will give you a pattern of yourself. So that is a replica of you creating a virtual digital twin, and then based on that, it will help you to identify what is your prediction for a particular, or where you are predisposed to a particular disease or disorder, or how it can be treated or prevented. So this is the latest techniques. So again, for this, we need an integrated approach of all the techniques to create a virtual digital twin. So what are the challenges we have? So even though, as I said, we are still in the infancy stage, we need strong evidence to say or to recommend a tailored diet. So to do that, we need a lot of research findings for each ethnic group or population subgroup, as what Prof said. One country's results or the findings will not be applicable to someone in other country. Even within the countries, we have inter-individual differences. So it also depends on your bioavailability. So to know all that, you need to have all these scientific evidence. So the challenge is to create evidences or to collect data. And it is all very expensive. So when you wanted to go do a single gene testing or gene analysis, definitely a common man cannot afford. It is very expensive. Whereas I think in developed countries, the competition there is high for doing all this testing. Hence the price is less compared to the lower middle income countries. And we do not have enough trained persons to interpret the results. Thing what we have to do is you have to equip all these dietitians or nutritionists or the clinicians on this nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics concept, and how do they analyze the data, or when a lab gives you a report of your gene testing, okay, they need to know how to interpret your results. So that capacity building have to be done. And when somebody says they are giving you a precision nutrition or dietary guidelines for you to lose weight or to overcome diabetes, do not go in for that. Because to give that, they need all these data. Definitely, they are not going to take all these analysis into account. So that is the drawback that we have, and that is the challenge. And when you wanted to do that, it has to start from the ministry. So when they do the normal health survey, they have to include genetic analysis as one of the components, so they can get data for the population group or the subgroups. So this is what we are trying to do in Malaysia. So the next National Health and Morbidity Survey, we are going to implement genetic analysis as well, and then centralizing the gene biobank. So everyone can have an access to those data. So that is the first step that we need to do, and those are the challenges that we face at present. So these barriers, like translating the results or getting scientific evidences, and some of the countries in Southeast Asia, or at least in India, you have few studies that has been done on nutrigenetics from the genuine collaborations, I think. But in most of the Southeast Asian countries or South Asian countries, they do not have single nutrigenetics data. So if the future is precision nutrition, you need to generate data or evidence, and using all these new approaches that can be done before we move on to the precision nutrition approach. So as he said, you are what you eat. So probably we may not control the other things, but we can, isn't it? So based on the different ethnicities, like maybe here, it will be, if it comes to India, we have in every state, we are a different cluster. The food pattern differs. So the tribal one, the indigenous population.
No, I'm asking about the procedure, how we are doing it, ma'am. Clustering, you have so many
based on the results from the ethnic groups, the subgroups of a population.
Because in A, it won't support for this clustering kind of things. You might have to go for data mining or something, right?
Yeah,
so that's why I'm asking you whether you are incorporating those mining concepts.
Yes, of course. Without that, you cannot cluster them.
Okay. Whatever mining these people have used, ma'am?
You mean the
mining techniques? What are mining techniques?
Mostly they use a cloud computing, or they serve all these data in the big servers and databases. And from there, they cluster based on the subgroups or the subpopulation.
So you're taking the data set from the net itself,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
already
yeah.
The data is there.
We generate the data.
You generated data.
Yeah, we generate the data. So generating data for the different subgroups, and then we data mine. And from the big group, we cluster them.
So how many years of data you have taken, ma'am?
We are now into that, but whatever they have done, they are following it up, like from his studies, they are following it up for 5 years or 7 years. They have different studies, starting from maybe the first year of life until your teenager or adolescent age, or from your adolescent until your early adulthood.
So you have shown a plate with IoT platform, right? So my question is, so you have a different quantity of food substance are there, right? So
yes.
Quantity is there. But what type of food, what is the quality, and what is the nutrients? How
for every nutrient or every food
processing,
yeah,
based on the colors we are taking. So
colors as well as the type of food. So based on that, it will give you the image. Because from the nutrient composition, they will say for, let's say for any of, let's say idlis. So they will give you for 100 grams, what is the nutrient composition of that. So all that is already fed. So based on the picture and the image, they will capture and tell you what is the analysis. So that is why I say one app that is developed in a country cannot be used for the others.
No, you have all techniques to be combined. Image
Yeah.
processing, mining, everything combined
that
together,
is-
put together, one full steps
Yeah.
is coming up, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Thanks, Dr. Anto. Just one point with regards to his previous question. Yeah, so like the kind of studies and the data that we... Is it working? Yeah, okay, fine. So the kind of studies and the data that we collect is depending on the ethnicity and the population that's being studied. So like in some of the studies, like we looked at 19 years of data, which is a longitudinal study design. In most of the studies, we used a cross-sectional data analysis.
Okay.
And in that cross-sectional data analysis, like in terms of the dietary intake information, we use that, the food composition table, like which is available for each and every ethnic group. So that's how like we generate the data as of now. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I have a question for Dr. Anto.
Yeah.
So you were talking about supervised and unsupervised learning approaches. So for the kind of data that we are collecting at the moment, like where we do not have a standardized table where you can compare with the images, so what would be the best approach? Would it be a supervised approach or an unsupervised machine learning approach?
What most of them doing with the gadgets, supervised is when you have a definite data and it is fed. It is task driven. So for those kind of approaches, we use the supervised learning techniques.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes.
Is it possible to take this gene test in early stages of life, like infant stage, to prevent the coming diseases like?
At infancy stage, you won't be able to know what is their pattern. So it takes, because we give breast milk or breastfeeding, right, for the infancy. So your food intake is not going to matter there.
So maybe after 1 year?
Even after 1 year, it is not going to show off. Only after you reach 7 or 8 years, then probably you may go for that.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. For inviting us and giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
My heartfelt thanks for inviting our smart speaker, Dr. Anto Kader. Have the 360-degree aspect, and the scientific approach will teach us a holistic way to analyze the body, health and diet, and to have a precision nutrition. As the world is updating so fast, the artificial intelligence.
Again for our management and organizing committee for organizing having such a wonderful session and the wonderful speakers among us. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now let's break for lunch break. We'll resume again at 2:30. Okay, ma'am. Let me invite our resource person, all the delegates and the invited speakers, Dr. Professor Vimal Karani and Dr. Anto Cordelia Tonsillis Anthony, the faculty members of microbiology, home science and chemistry and psychology. Please come on the dais. Please come forward. The Department of Home Science, Psychology, Chemistry, Microbiology, Computer Science and Commerce. Please come forward and please occupy the seats on the dais. You are welcome here. Welcoming our resource person. Please occupy the seats on the dais. The faculty members of Department of Home Science, Department of Commerce, Department of Computer Science, Department of Chemistry, Department of Microbiology and Psychology, please, you're all welcome to be on the dais. Please come forward. The organizing secretaries, organizing committee, and the faculty members of department, home science, commerce, computer science, chemistry, microbiology, and psychology. You're all invited to have a snap on the dais. Students, now you're having lunch break. For the outside participants, the lunch will be served in the first floor of auditorium. Please find the venue and have your lunch. And you can resume sharp here at 2:30 p.m. for the valediction function. Thank you all. Volunteers, please guide the outside participants and the attendees of our college. Good afternoon, all. All the students are requested to kindly take your seats as our guests are about to arrive. I request again, please occupy the seats and maintain the decorum. Um, okay. A kind inquiry, please. Anybody from Mother Teresa University, please come forward. Girls, among the outside participants, is there anyone from Mother Teresa University? Please raise your hand if you be there anywhere. We'll catch you. And one thing I want to tell you, a slight notification, but you need to care of it. See, whenever guests enter, please give your respect by standing and welcome by giving your applause. It's only a short-term event, short-time event, only long loss for 30 minutes, might be 45 minutes. So please cooperate and be with the patients as you were in the morning. Thank you. Aditya Lakshmi from Avinasalingam Institute of Home Science, Coimbatore. See, I am announcing the names of few girls. Please come forward and occupy the seats near the dais. Aditya Lakshmi, Food Service Management and Dietetics from Avinasalingam Institute of Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. Then Yasha Leela, along with Dr. Sridevi Sivagami from Avinasalingam Institute of Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. Then Priyadarshini from Mother Teresa Women University, Madurai. Again among our students, Janatul Firdos and Avita of Microbiology and Amina Zuhaifa. Please come forward. Occupy the second row seat, or if you occupy first row, we'll be pleased. Amina Zuhaifa, second MCOM. Janatul Firdos and Avita, third BSc Microbiology. Please come forward. A very warm good evening to all. On behalf of the management and the organizing committee of 6 departments, home science, chemistry, microbiology, psychology, computer science, and commerce of international seminar series, let me take this opportunity to welcome one of you to the valedictory function of today's international seminar series on advanced research in life sciences, information technologies, and innovative business practices. This is an immensely exciting evening to bid farewell to all who have come from various destinations. It's indeed our pleasure to welcome our correspondent, our deputy general manager, our principal, our director, then the invited guest of honor, the participants from various colleges, the peer members, and our beloved students who are gracing the event today. With due honor and utmost reverence, requesting our guest of honor to attend the dais and welcoming this evening. Thank you. Let's start the event with the prayer. Let me invite Sameha to invoke the blessings of Eternal Father through her invocations.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. هل أتاك حديث الغاشية؟ وجوه يومئذ خاشعة عاملة ناصبة تصلى نارا هامية تسقى من عين آنية ليس لهم طعام إلا من ضريع لا يسمن ولا يغني من جوع وجوه يومئذ ناعمة لسعيها راضية في جنة عالية لا تسمع فيها لاغية فيها عين جارية فيها سرر مرفوعة وأكواب موضوعة ونمارق مصفوفة وزرابي مبثوثة. In the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful, has the story reached thee of the overwhelming event? Some faces that day will be humiliated, laboring hard, weary, and while the blazing fire, they are given to drink of a boiling hot spring. No food will be there for them but a bitter dhari, which will neither nourish nor satisfy hunger. Other faces that day will be joyful, pleased with their striving, in a garden on high, where they shall hear no words of vanity. Therein will be a bubbling spring, therein will be couches of dignity, raised on high, goblets placed readily, and cushions set in rows, and rich red carpets are spread out. Sadaqallahul Azim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you. To grace today's valedictory evening ceremony, we have with us the towering personality, Dr. Varun Kumar, the endocrinologist and diabetologist, as our chief guest, joining this evening with us. It's a pleasure and honor to welcome you, sir, for your gracious presence.
Now I request Dr. Bhavya Devi, Research Head R&D Development Cell of Thassim Beevi Abdul College for Women, to introduce our special guest today.
A very good afternoon to one and all. Today, we have a special guest with us, Dr. Varun Kumar. Dr. Varun Kumar, MD General Medicine, DM Endocrinologist, Consultant Endocrinologist, Diabetologist, lipidologist from Velamal Medical College Hospital, Madurai, visiting consultant, pediatric endo RIO Children Hospital, Madurai, founder of Ramnad Hormone Center, Ramnadapuram. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It is a time to honor our special guest today. Now I request our dynamic director, Dr. M.S. Ifwan Ahmed, Director, Research Industry Institute Relations, to honor our special guest, Dr. Varun Kumar, Endocrinology and Diabetology, VMCH and R&I Madurai, with a shawl and memento. Thank you so much, sir. Have you here with us today? Valedictory is not the end. It indeed lays a strong foundation to the upcoming magnum opus. To deliver valedictory address, I invite one of the most renowned doctor, Dr. Varun Kumar, Endocrinology and Diabetology, VMCH and R&I Madurai, on dais, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends. I thank the organizers, Dr. Raghuddin Nisham ma'am, and the respected principal, Dr. Sumaya ma'am, and Director sir, Dr. Irfan sir, for inviting me for this August, the gathering for this wonderful, the research team symposium. So whenever we think of any meetings, always we proceed with the idea, the motto. The motto that has been decided today was actually the research in the field of nutrition. So when you take nutrition into the current perspective in the management of any problems, starting from the problems with non-communicable problems like the diabetes mellitus or hypertension or dyslipidemia, to the communicable diseases. Even when the patient is, any people is underweight, you have a child or adult who's having a low weight. Both the extremes of the weight, they are more prone for problems, particularly diseases. So I presume each and every one of your family member or the neighbor will be having some form of a problem related to the nutrition. It can be an undernutrition or a overnutrition, but the field is enormously gathering momentum. So when I started my MD schooling, we were never taught about nutrition. In med school, we were taught about the human body and what are the parts and what are the problems that the human body can get in. But we were never taught about nutrition. But when we started our practice, particularly when I joined the career of endocrinology, to simplify, endocrinology means it's the study of hormones. Hormones are nothing but supervisors. So one of the things they get the energy is basically the nutrition. So there should be a proper nutrition for the human body to work. So that is the essence that has been given for the nutrition. So now, moving further over the last 10 years, the medicine that is being recommended is the precise medicine. That means if person A comes to me, I will be directing the person with a particular medicine, and the medicine will be suited for that particular gentleman. Similarly, the nutrition also has been given the same status, that is a precise nutrition. We call it as precise because each and every individual, person A, person B, everyone will have their differences in their body habitus. So these habitus will have some difference in their requirement of whatever the medicines or whatever the diet we take. For example, person A takes 2 idlis, the person B may require 1.5 idlis or more. So each and every individual is going to be unique. The future is this precise nutrition or precise medicine. When you take the treatment of any problem, either it can be underweight or overweight, The medicine and the nutrition should be precise and it should be going one in hand. It is never going to be a separate entity. You cannot say for a nutrition you go and consult someone else. The doctor or the nutritionist should be available in a hospital for the patient to get a complete care. So the completeness will come with the dedication, and to understand even further we need so much of research in the field of the medicine. Now over the last 20-30 years we have been hearing about a lot of the drugs trials. So every day in my OPD or something, I tend to get at least 2 drugs updated every day. It can be a new one or it can be an old one that is getting updated with some issues. But similarly, the nutrition is also very essential part of the day-to-day practice. So I tell my patients whenever they come to my OP, I start with the nutrition rather than going for the medicine first. I tell them 50% is nutrition, the 50% will be with the medicines, because none of the medicines will work without the nutrition part. Now the nutrition is again never going to be the same for everyone. So I told you there should be some precision for the nutrition part. That's where the role of nutrigenomics and nutrigenetics have come into play. So we need researchers, and we have a lot of dedicated team. Now I met a ICMR director maybe like 1 month back. When I was discussing with with madam, she was saying, sir, 10 years back our research papers were just 100, but over the last 10 years per year they could get at least 5,000 to 10,000 research papers in India. So the research has been well documented, as well as they are guided by ICMR and the other bodies across the world, across India also. So India was never into the research initially, but now we have more and more research that is being done in our practices. I am a member of Endocrine Society of Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry. So as a member, we started the registry for certain problems. One of the diseases was actually the diabetes mellitus, particularly in children. Second, we are trying to focus on the registries and moving further in the research team also. So the research grants also is available with the Endocrine Society, where even anyone attached with any endocrinologist in Tamil Nadu can access the grants as well. So there are the availability of the research grants, as well as the maybe like so many things that have been coming up for research in the field of nutrition as well. When we did the Trendo last time, madam was also a part of that. So when we did the Trendo, that is the national conference in Madurai, we had at least 10 papers on nutrition part alone that was looking at the nutrition. I did a survey among the school children who were, I just went to the school, I just analyzed how the weight is. To the amazing point is 40% of the school children were overweight. At least 5% were underweight. So only 60% were actually in an ideal weight. So weight is also getting a problematic phase in the children as well. So it is not going to be a disease for the adult. It is the disease that is going to be treated in the initial phase itself. I am a pediatric endocrinologist also, so I see a lot of children with a lot of dietary problems. So focus should be on the diet, focus should be on the nutrition. So balancing, precising will be the goal for the future, for a better India and a better society. So I really thank Madam and Director for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your inception. It is indeed the need of an art to understand the components of our body, as we are living in highly polluted environment. Once again, I thank you for joining with us today. Dear all, it is a time to hear some valuable feedbacks from the audience. I request the participants to volunteer yourself to express your feedback.
You can share your feedback in Tamil too.
Happy noon to everyone present here. Happy noon to all the dignitaries on the dais. Myself, I'm Sudha. I'm coming from Velu Manoran Arts and Science College. And I'm very happy to deliver the feedback. And this international seminar on advanced research in life sciences, innovation, business practices, and technologies was very useful for us. It was a very eye-opening and enlightening session, and we came to know what is happening up to date. And particularly, since it is an international seminar, we were exposed to the latest technologies. And I really, I express my heartfelt thanks to all the dignitaries on the dais, and particularly Principal Ma'am, and Director Sir Irfan Ahmed, my guide, I am proud to say that, and Bhavya Ma'am, and all the teaching and non-teaching staff members. Even the hospitality was good. And once again, thank you, one and all present here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other feedbacks, please? Outside participants, students?
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். என்னோட பேர் வந்து ஹெலன் ஜாஸ்மின் ஜெனிஃபர். நான் வந்து ஹோலி கிராஸ் ஹோம் சயின்ஸ் காலேஜில் செகண்ட் எம்எஸ்சி வந்து பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கேன். ஒரு இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் செமினார்னால் நாங்கள் வந்து ஒரு செகண்ட் பிஜி ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டாக எங்களுக்கு என்ன வேணும், எங்கள் சப்ஜெக்ட் ரிலேட்டடாக என்ன வேணும்னு நாங்கள் ஆசைப்பட்டு வந்தோமோ அது எங்களுக்கு கிடைச்ச ஒரு ஃபுல்ஃபில்மெண்ட் வந்து எங்களுக்கு இருந்துச்சு. அதுவும் இல்லாமல் எங்களை வந்தோடனே கைட் பண்ணி எங்களை கரெக்டாக அவங்க வந்து பார்த்துக்கிட்டதுலேருந்து லஞ்ச்லேருந்து எல்லாமே வந்து ரொம்ப நல்லா இருந்தது. நாங்கள் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணி வந்ததும் கிடச்சிது. எங்களுக்கு தேவையான எல்லாமே வந்து ஃபுல்ஃபில் ஆன மாதிரி இருந்துச்சு. அவங்க டிக்னிட்டரிஸ் கொடுத்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் எல்லாமே எங்களோட ஃப்யூச்சருக்காகவும் அதுவும் இல்லாமல் எங்களோட ரிசர்ச்காகவும் அது வந்து யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும் அப்படின்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். ரொம்ப தேங்க்யூ மேம் ஃபார் அரேஞ்சிங் திஸ் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் செமினார்.
Any other feedbacks?
Good evening, sir. This seminar is very useful for ours. I am coming from Kausanal College of Arts and Science. Then Co-Education College Women's College first time on the entry on seminar attend பண்ணது கொஞ்சம் இதா இருக்கு. Feedback best useful ஆ இருக்கு. Okay. Next. Yes, ma'am. I major MCom Commerce. Attend பண்ணேன். Yes, yes.
செஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் எப்படி இருந்தது?
செக்ஷன்ஸ்
நம்ம இங்க கேட்கவே இல்லை இல்லையா? அப்படிதானே இல்லையா?
இல்ல கேட்டேன் சார்.
கேட்டிங்களா? ரைட். சாப்பாடு நல்லா இருந்ததா?
சூப்பரா இருந்துச்சு சார்.
சூப்பரா இருந்துச்சா?
ஓகே சார்.
ரைட். என்வயரன்மெண்ட் நல்லா இருந்துச்சா? காலேஜ் என்வயரன்மெண்ட்?
எல்லாம் நல்லா இருக்கு சார்.
எல்லாம் நல்லா இருந்துச்சு. ஹாப்பி?
எஸ் சார்.
Thank you.
இப்போ பாத்தீங்கன்னா பையன்கிட்ட மைக் கொடுத்தோன்னே என்ன அழகாக பேசினாப்புல, ரைட்? பயந்துட்டு இருந்தால் நடக்கிறதில்ல. ஒரு டைம் தான் உங்களுக்கு சான்ஸ். அந்த மைக் வர்றது ஒரு சான்ஸ் தான். அதில் நல்லா பேசுனீங்கன்னா நல்லாயிருக்கும். மறுபடியும் ட்ரை பண்ணலாமா? வேண்டாமா? ஸோ எல்லாம் வேணும்னு சொல்கிறாங்க. நீங்கள் தான் கொடுக்கறதில்ல போறக்கு மைக்கை. ரைட், வில் கவுண்ட் டவுன். ஓகே, 10லேருந்து ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி 1 வரைக்கும் போவேனாமா? என்னை ஏமாற்ற மாட்டீங்க. ஓகே, எந்திரிச்சு டக்கு டக்குன்னு கொடுப்பீங்களா உங்களோட ஃபீட்பேக்கை? ஓகேவா? ரைட். 10, 9, யார் அந்த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் எந்திரிச்சு ஃபீட்பேக் கொடுக்கறது? உங்களோட இந்த 10, 8, 9 இந்த எந்தூசியாசமே எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சது நல்லா இருந்தது மாதிரி நான் ஃபீட் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். ஓகேவா? ஓகே, குட், தேங்க்யூ.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, என் நேம் வந்து ஜெயகார்த்திக். கௌசல் காலேஜ்லேருந்து வந்திருக்கோம் செமினாரு. இங்கே இது இப்போ காலையில் செக்ஷன் எல்லாமே சூப்பராக இருந்துச்சு சார். ஆத்தர் பேசுகிற போல நான் இந்த இது ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருந்துச்சு சார், ரொம்ப யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருந்துச்சு சார். அப்புறம் வந்து நீங்கள் காலேஜ் எல்லாம் சூப்பராக இருக்குது சார். தேங்க்ஸ் சார்.
தேங்க்யூ. ரொம்ப அழகாக பேசுனீங்க தம்பி. நல்லபடியாக கரெக்டாக சொன்னீங்க. என்ன சொல்லுமோ கரெக்டாக சொன்னீங்க. இவங்க தான் யாரும் ஒழுங்காக சொல்ல மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க இல்லையா? வேற இருக்கீங்களா? சான்ஸ் இருக்கு, பேசுறீங்களா? எத்தனை பேர்த்துக்கு இந்த நியூட்ரிஜெனடிக்ஸ் ஏரியா பிடிச்சிருக்கு? கை ரைஸ் பண்ணுங்க பார்க்கலாம். क्वेश्चन கேட்க மாட்டேன். இது பாருங்க क्वेश्चन. Good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, the students. Looking forward to your active participation in the upcoming sessions, upcoming programs. Now the prize distribution. Here and now we are going to give due recognition to the acumen of the participants who have shown great enthusiasm and the zeal of innovativeness in the e-poster presentation. Let's acknowledge the winners with the prizes. Now it's the time for prize distribution. Now we shall watch the poster quickly for a few seconds and later we will announce the winners. Yes, sir. Please have a look. thanking the organizers for the visual treat that the students ventured out and preparing the e-courses. Thank you. Now prize distribution. In commemorating the 75th birthday of Professor Yasuki Kawazo, Professor Emeritus New Industry Hatchery Center, Tahakawa University, Japan, our management sponsors e-poster Kawazo Award to honor him for the winners. May I now call upon the winners in order to receive the awards for the outside participants. Third prize backed by M. Priyadarshini, MSc, Food and Nutrition, Mother Teresa, from Mother Teresa Women University, Madurai. Her topic is major health problems due to precocious puberty. She's receiving cash award rupees 1,500. In her absence here, the representative from her university receiving the cash award. Students, give your big round of applause. The first two prizes are the first two prize winners are given shield along with the cash award. Now it's my pleasure to announce the second winner, Yashia Leela and Dr. Shree Devi Sivagami, Food Service Management Dietetics from Avinashalingam Institute of Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. Her topic is the role of antioxidant in natural food colorants, biomakers of diseases. She's receiving the second prize, shield, and the cash award of rupees 1,500. In her absence here, the another one representing her college receiving Yashia Leela's cash award and shield. Give your appreciation by your applause. Let me announce the first prize winner is Aditya Lakshmi, MSc Food Science, Management and Dietetics from Avinashalingam Institute of Home Science and Higher Education for Women, Coimbatore. Her topic is seaweeds as superfood. She's receiving the first prize shield along with the cash award 2,000 rupees. Please turn out your hands together to give a warm applause to the first prize winner, Aditya Lakshmi. Congratulations in order, winners. The next, our college students are receiving cash award for their venturing performance in e-posted presentation. Second prize received by Amina Zuhaifa of 2nd MCom, Department of Commerce. Her topic is Bitcoin trading. She's receiving the cash award, rupees 750 rupees. Give it applause, please. Cash prizes and the shield are all the token of appreciation and the tool of motivation. Let me invite the first prize winner, I, Janatul Firdaus and Avita of 3rd BSc Microbiology. Their topic is the way from nutrigenetics and nutrigenomics to diabetes. She's receiving the cash award rupees 1,000. Give your applause, please. Show your love and affection and appreciation towards your applause by joining your hands together. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Expressing the gratitude is a wonderful way to express our humbleness. May I request Dr. Muthumarishwari, Controller of Examination, and the Secretary, Organizing Committee, TBAKC, to deliver the words of thanks.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Good afternoon, one and all present here. This is my great privilege to propose vote of thanks here. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose this vote of thanks on this special occasion of the seminar. First of all, I thank our management and principal, Dr. Sumaya, and our Deputy General Manager, Sheikh Dawood sir, for their constant support and guidance in organizing the valuable program to students. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I extend my heartfelt thanks to Dr. Irfan Ahmed, Director, Research and Industry Relation, for his continuous support and motivation in organizing this seminar successful. I would like to thank all the invited guest speakers from various disciplines, from the commerce and computer science, home science. Then I owe my great pleasure to thank our gratitude for our Dr. Varun Kumar sir for this valedictory address. I extend my thanks to our co-convener, Dr. K. Bhavya Devi, Head Department of Chemistry, and all organizing secretaries, to organizing committee members for this for their continuous support and organizing this seminar successful. I extend my thanks to all our HODs from other departments and other faculty members for our college for their timely help and support to organize this seminar. It is unfortunate that I am unable to thank everyone by name because different colleges and universities participated here. So I thank every institution participation for this seminar is make successful. My gratitude to all the non-teaching faculty members for their timely help. I extend my thanks to NSS coordinators and NSS volunteers, then event management students for their support for this organizing the seminar. I would like to express my sincere thanks to press and media and other friends and Raj Studio Digital Live. Then I thank sponsors. All the resource persons. First of all, I thank all the resource persons. Professor Dr. Vimal Karani, Professor from Nutrigenetics and Nutrigenomics, Deputy Director, Institute of Food, Nutrition and Health, University of Reading, United Kingdom. Then Dr. Anto Cardila, Assistant Professor, University of Tucker, Abdul Rahman University, Abdul Rahman, Malaysia. Then Professor Yasuki Kaujo, he is from Sendai, Japan. Then Professor Nagalingam, Sri Lanka Institute of Information Technology, Sri Lanka. Then Professor Hamdi Hassan, Higher Institute of Management and Information Technology, Sri Lanka, for their valuable lectures on various topics in different technical sessions. Thank you for all the resource persons coming from other universities. My gratitude goes to our system administrator and electricians for their support. Last but not the least, I thank all the students of the other institution, other college students and our college students also for their cooperation, without whom we would be just trunks of trees without branches. So leaves, fruits and flowers to flourish in our all aspects of seminar. I thank all the hands which worked at all the legs that ran to finish the seminar successfully. Once again, I thank you all the participants and faculty members accompanied with the students. Thank you one and all present here.
Thank you, ma'am. Towards the close of the event today, now it's a time to bring an end to the glorious session with an ode by singing our national anthem. Can we all stand up and pay our tribute to it?
Janagana mana adhinayak jaya hai, Bharat bhagya vidhata, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. An announcement. I request the staff members of the following college to assemble near the MC desk. Nada Saraswati College of Arts and Science, Government Arts College for Women, Mother Teresa Women University Research and Extension Center, Holy Cross Home Science College, Muslim Arts and Science College, the new college. I request the staff representative of this college to come near the dais. Dear all, I request the staff representative of Government Arts and Science College, Mother Teresa Women University, Holy Cross Home Science College, Muslim Arts and Science College, and the new college Chennai in front of here. Do we have any staff representative from the following colleges? Dear all, the registered participants will get Google form links, right? Forms link through your email ID. If you fill it out, you will be getting your certificates. The registered participants, you will be receiving an email containing G form link. You have to fill it out to get a certificate. Registered participants